O, Jesi, kako je? Što se radi? Što se... Dear colleagues, good morning. A warm welcome in the city of Zagreb. It's my really great pleasure to say hello to all of you in this National and University Library on the occasion of the meeting of the chairpersons of COSAC. And for the warm-up this morning, I propose that you pay attention for the short video about the Croatian presidency. So please, let's have the video.
I remember Europe divided and Croatia drifting alone in the open sea. But we returned home. And our journey has just begun.
We will all need boats one day. If the sea rises like that. But I have a plan to help people, you know, like our Nikola Tesla.
Every challenge is also an opportunity. To get ready for the future, we need technologies and a team to turn ideas into reality. But all starts with love.
Right after the studies, we settled here at my grandpa's old vineyard. We love it here. We're back to our roots, but well connected with the world. When we play and when we work.
A click with a reliable partner helps achieve your goals.
Especially when you are striving for the top of the world.
We help each other
To feel protected and safe.
These hands build engines and ships. But they also create works of art inspired by our diversity. By creating, we discover who we really are or who we are not.
And it's Croatia's turn to pass up an almighty chance.
In the EU, our ties keep us together.
Just like the Croatian necktie the whole world has adopted.
Now he'll unleash one!
When we play together, we win together and celebrate like a family. On Europe in a world of challenges.
I hope you liked the short movie, and now it's my... Thank you very much. And now it's my great pleasure to invite Speaker of the Croatian Parliament, Mr. Gordan Jandrokovic, to take the floor. Please, Gordan.
Good morning. Gospođo McGuinness. Mrs. McGuinness, Vice President of the European Parliament, Vice President of the European Commission, Mrs. Šuica, distinguished representatives of national parliaments and members of the European Parliament, Chairman of the European Affairs Committee in the Croatian Parliament, Mr. Milošević, dear friends. First of all, allow me to extend a warm welcome to all of you. Welcome to Croatia and its capital, Zagreb. And welcome to the National and University Library. This is one of the key Croatian cultural institutions. For over 4 centuries, it has served as a guardian of Croatian literacy and an archive for literary works. Behind me, you can see a replica of the so-called Bashka tablet. This is one of the oldest and most important testaments of Croatian early literacy. It was written around 1,100 years ago in the Old Croatian language and in the Glagolitic script. I am very happy that the parliamentary dimension of the Croatian presidency is beginning with the meeting of the chairpersons of COSAC. During my long career as an MP, I served as a vice chairman and chairman of the European Affairs Committee, and I highly appreciate the cooperation between national parliaments and the European Parliament within the framework of COSAC. Today you will have the opportunity to discuss all these issues, especially in the light of the new institutional term of office. You will discuss these topics with the Vice President of the European Parliament and the European Commission. Esteemed MEPs, the Croatian presidency of the European Union is extremely significant for Croatia for two reasons. We are holding the presidency only 6.5 years ago after we became a member of the European Union. The presidency is a confirmation of our strong commitment to participate together with other member states in the construction of the European project. We're committed to promoting the values of the European Union as well as the common policies which make European Union what it is today, a unique European family of nations and the largest economic market in the world. The second reason is that the Croatian presidency comes at a crucial time for the European Union and the world. The European Union is facing a large number of internal and external challenges. For example, a crisis of multilateralism, climate change, global warming, a new arms race, terrorist threats, migration, and trade wars. We are living in an extremely dynamic and competitive world. We face challenges, great economic differences, different development perspectives, both in countries and between countries. Great technological progress has also brought forth an unprecedented number of fake news, disinformation, intolerance, and hate speech. Under such circumstances, Croatia aims to contribute to building a stronger Europe in a world of challenges. Our 4 priorities contain all important internal and external challenges. The 4 priorities of the Croatian presidency are a Europe that is developing, a Europe that connects, a Europe that protects, and a Europe that is influential. As regards crucial topics, I will highlight 3 that are most topical: Brexit, the multi-annual financial framework, and the continuation of the enlargement policy. I believe that our common goal is to have an orderly Brexit in order to ensure legal certainty for citizens and the business community. We want to establish a close relationship with the United Kingdom, a relationship based on a level playing field. When it comes to the European budget for the next 7 years, we want to reach an agreement that is going to be balanced, sustainable, and based on partnerships. Therefore, this will give us an opportunity to finance priorities and to start with the implementation of new programs. We will advocate for a compromise which will encompass both financing traditional policies and new policies which aim to tackle new challenges. Dear members of Parliament, Croatia strongly supports the European policy of enlargement. This policy is extremely important for the stability of the Southeast Europe and for strengthening the resilience of this geographical territory. It is also important for the European Union itself. Abandoning the enlargement policy would mean that other global players would be able to have a larger influence both politically and economically. We will therefore strive to reach a political decision based on a European perspective for candidates and potential candidates. This will entail an individual approach, and a full fulfillment of all criteria. At the Zagreb summit in May, we want to send a clear message, first of all to North Macedonia and Albania, that there is a concrete time frame to open negotiations. But also we want to send a message that reforms need to be done. Allow me to also tackle another important issue, the future of Europe. It is very good that we are continuing our dialogue with citizens. An intensive dialogue was held before European elections, and it gave a good result, which is seen in the good voter turnout at the elections. Our common goal is to have our citizens truly feel all the benefits of EU membership, which entails a higher quality of life, as well as security provided by the Union. National parliaments, who have a democratic legitimacy, must have a role in the dialogue, which means that they have to be included in the Conference on the Future of Europe. This is contained in the COSAC conclusions from Helsinki from December 2019. Any discussion on the future of Europe needs to come with a long-term vision and needs to focus on policies which are important for our citizens. In conclusion, let me once again state that Croatia is strongly committed to European values and principles, and we will strongly advocate these values and principles during our presidency. We will advocate for a Europe which is based on common values, equality, and a mutual recognition of interest. And the best way to promote such a Europe and to tackle all challenges is to promote compromise and agreement. In order to be successful, we need all of you, and we need a strong cooperation. This is the only possible approach. And I wish you a lot of success in your work and a fruitful discussion. Enjoy Zagreb, enjoy Croatia, and I look forward to seeing you again in May.
Thank you very much. And now allow me to say a few sentences of the introduction in Croatian. Poštovane kolegice.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, it is an honor to welcome you at the beginning of the COSAC meeting in Zagreb on behalf of the European Affairs Committee of the Croatian Parliament, and welcome you to Zagreb. With today's meeting, we also open the parliamentary dimension of Croatia's presidency of the Council of the European Union, which will also include two additional conferences in Zagreb and one in Brussels. And we will conclude this meeting, the parliamentary dimension, with the 63rd plenary meeting of the COSAC in Zagreb between the 24th and 26th of May 2020. Mr. Plenković, the Prime Minister of Croatia, will present the priorities of the Croatian presidency in the first session today. At the second session, we will welcome the Vice President of the European Commission, Dubravka Šuica, who will talk about the Conference on the Future of Europe, and the first Vice Presidents of the European Parliament, Mrs. Merit McGuinness, and I would like to thank them both for coming to Zagreb. The presidency of COSAC for the Croatian Parliament will be marked with new beginnings, the beginning of a new institutional cycle and the new European Commission, as well as the beginning of the establishment of new relations between the EU and the UK. At the same time, we believe and hope that our presidency will be marked by an ending as well, and this will be the finalization of the multi-annual financial framework 2021 to 2027. There are important tasks ahead of us, but I am sure that in these 6 months we will prove to you that Croatia is up to all these tasks. Allow me a personal note. The favorite part of my job as the President of the European Affairs Committee has been this, meeting with all of you to discuss and exchange ideas on our joint present, future, sometimes the past as well. We are facing many global challenges, and I believe firmly that our discussions will increasingly be focused on what kind of European Union we need and not whether we need it at all. I believe that our partners and our citizens will include national parliaments and our committees, and we should always keep this in mind. And this is why we believe that it would be good to open discussion on the future of the format of COSAC in order for our conference to remain a relevant forum in the coming decades, to develop opinions and exchange opinions between the national parliaments and the European Parliament, and also to serve as a forum. The plenary meeting of COSAC in May will be opened by the discussion on the implementation of the priorities of the Croatian presidency, as well as the results on the summit of the EU and Western Balkan countries to be held in Zagreb in May. We will also conduct the following topics: the transformation of labor market, the management of demographic imbalances, and mobility of labor within the EU, from the aspect of the migration pressures, which will not diminish in the coming decades. Then the distributive effect on the EU budget will be another one of our topics. We required an assessment of the effects of the cohesion funds, not only for the net contributors, but also for the net payers. And I think it would be good to have a good overview of this situation. Further topics: the European integrated maritime approach and the rights and obligations in digital area. I believe that some of these topics will also include debates on climate change. By selecting these topics for the COSAC meetings, we wanted to encompass all 4 key priorities of the Croatian presidency: the Europe that develops, Europe that connects, Europe that protects, and Europe that is influential. Finally, I would like to stress that our meetings are only as important as much effort and energy we put into them. The influence of COSAC to the European institution will depend on our organization and focus on our topics. My colleague and myself will be at your disposal today and in the months ahead of us, 24/7, so to speak. Dear colleagues, dear friends, I believe that our meeting today will be a successful one, and I'm looking forward to our cooperation. Thank you.
Okay. Now we move on. Let's move on to the adoption of the agenda for the meeting of the chairpersons of COSAC today. Dear colleagues, you have all received the program of today's meeting, and if there are no remarks at this time, I propose we consider the program of the meeting of the chairpersons adopted. Allow me to also use this opportunity to express warm welcome to our colleagues who are joining the COSAC for the first time. Mr. Dragomir Stojnev from the Bulgarian National Assembly, Mr. Bogdan Klich from the Polish Senate, Lord Kinol from the United Kingdom House of Lords, and Mr. Yves Kruchten from Luxembourg. Let us give them a warm welcome. So let's applaud. Some technical information. I was told I need to say this, and very precisely, so I will. Before we move on to the first point, so the technical information. You can request the floor electronically from your seat reserved already by pressing the right button on your conference unit. If you wish to withdraw your request, press the right button again. Otherwise, once you have requested the floor, you are no longer required to do anything. When it is your turn to speak, the light on your microphone will turn red. You are kindly asked to make your request for the floor before the speeches of the keynote speakers are concluded, so that we can better plan allocation of speaking time during the debates. You will find all other information regarding conference equipment printed out at your seats. The coffee break we aim at 11 o'clock and will take place in the area located behind this wall. There are the exits where the welcome coffee will be served. We will also take time for the family photo just before the lunch at the lower level of the conference center. Officials of the Croatian Parliament wearing the accreditation marks organizers are located throughout the venue and are at your disposal for any question you might have at any time. Now we can move on to the procedural issues and miscellaneous matters. Yesterday we had a very fruitful meeting of the Presidential Troika of COSAC in the premises of the Croatian Parliament. The draft program of the 63rd COSAC was presented to the Troika. You have also received in the materials for today's meeting. As I have mentioned already, it will be held in Zagreb, 24th to 26th of May. The details of the draft program are still being specified. I already, in my introduction, said a few words and named the topics. You also have been receiving the outline of the 33rd biannual report of COSAC. A report will focus on practices and procedures relevant to the parliamentary scrutiny and particularly on upcycling the results of the previous report. As far as the letters received by the presidency are concerned, we received letters from parliaments of Iceland, Switzerland, Norway, and Georgia, asking to be invited to the meetings of COSAC during the Croatian presidency. Following the consultations within the Troika, we were happy to extend the invitations to all 4 countries, with 3 of them participating in this meeting today. Colleagues from the Parliament of Iceland decided to follow the meeting via web stream due to inconvenient flight schedules. We also received 2 letters from Lord Kinnoll, a matter to which we will soon attend. Regarding the procedural issues, yesterday in the Troika meeting we exchanged views on 2 topics that have recently become prominent within COSAC: possible changes and updates to the format of our COSAC meetings and the voting procedures applied in adoption of contributions and conclusions of COSAC. We are looking forward to hearing your ideas on these matters during the debate following our second session today, European Union, national parliaments and COSAC. Now, statement by Lord Kinnoll. At this time, I would like to give the floor to Lord Kinnoll, Chair of the European Union Select Committee of the UK House of Lords. I already mentioned Lord Kinnoll earlier when I welcomed him to COSAC for the first time. His first participation in COSAC will, at the same time, be the last participation of the UK delegation in a meeting of COSAC while the country is still in the is a European Union member. So please, Lord Kinnoll, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman Milosevic. And thank you also for the splendid hospitality last night that you extended all of us here in what was a remarkable evening. And I'm very grateful for you allowing me the time to say a few words. 3.5 years ago, my predecessor as chair, Tim Boswell, addressed his fellow chairs then in Bratislava 2 weeks after the referendum. He expressed his sorrow at the outcome of the referendum, but he also acknowledged that a democratic choice had been made and that it would be honoured. I dare say that I would have made a very similar speech. After 3 years of confusion, December's election has finally provided a clear direction in the UK. And later this week, I expect the UK Parliament to agree the legislation that gives effect to the withdrawal agreement. And I hope that the European Parliament will give its consent in time for an orderly withdrawal to take place on the 31st of January. Whatever has happened since 2016, we can look back over 5 years of UK membership of the European Union, during which we've worked together, taken decisions together, and built up close and lasting relationships. I hope these relationships will stand us all in good stead as we move forward. From the UK perspective also, our priority in the coming months is to negotiate and agree a close, deep and broad partnership with each other on trade, on security, on education and research, and indeed across a range of sectors. It will be hugely challenging for all of us to complete those negotiations by the end of 2020. But I hope we will draw on the links forged over the past 45 years and approach the task with a determination to achieve the best possible outcome for all our peoples. And I stress that a good outcome must be mutually beneficial. The EU also has other priorities. The geopolitical balance of power is shifting. The climate emergency has taken centre stage. You now have a new Commission and a new Parliament. The conference on the future of Europe will mark the beginning of a period of a deep reflection. And though we will not be participants, we wish you every success in building a stronger and more united Europe. Even though the UK will no longer be part of the European Union, it will still be part of Europe. We are European with our ties of blood and culture, history and economics, and also always will be. There is far more than unites us than divides us, and I hope that all concerned will collectively seize the opportunity to build an effective and lasting new partnership in the coming months. Although I only became chair last year, I have attended a number of COSAC conferences in recent years as part of the UK delegation. It has been a pleasure and a privilege to spend time with you and debate with you, to build contacts and friendships, and I hope very much that we might continue this valuable dialogue, albeit as non-members. The House of Lords has always engaged fully in interparliamentary dialogue, and I and my committee are, if anything, more committed now than ever before. Thank you for your support and your hospitality. You will always be welcome in Westminster, and we wish you every success in the months and the years to come. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Lord Kinnell. I will now open the debate on the procedural issues and miscellaneous matters. So, we have altogether, I understand, 5 requests for the floor. So please, 6 already? Okay, we have more than enough time until 10 o'clock, so we are not constrained. Now I will first ask Mr. Antonio Tajani to take the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for. Thank you very much for hosting us in this beautiful town. Thank
Hvala vam najljepše.
for the beginning of our COSAC meeting. First of all, I want to underline the importance of the COSAC, the national and European Parliament, the cooperation between the national and European Parliament in front of the new conference on the future of Europe. Dubravka Sikva is responsible for the European Commission, but I think it is crucial for us to underline the importance during these 2 days of the national parliament, the representative democracy. Of course, it's important to involve the European citizen, to involve the NGO, but it's important, it's crucial to underline the importance of our system. Our system is representative democracy, it's not direct democracy. This is the first point. The second point, if we want to work better for a better Europe in the next years, we need to have a good MFF. I think it's crucial for us to change the last proposal by the Finnish presidency, because it's impossible to implement the new Green Deal. It's impossible to work better for our economy, for industry, for agriculture, for research and innovation. To cut the money is a big mistake. I know the Brexit is a problem. I want to thank all the British members of the European Parliament, but also working with us in the COSAC. Thank you very much for your cooperation. We will work together, not among the European Union, but among Europe, in many, many sectors, defense, against terrorism, also in the space sector, because I think we need to underline the importance of the relations between the European Union and the United Kingdom in the next years for our interest for the stability of the Middle East, for the stability of Africa, for the stability of the Mediterranean Sea, for the stability of the Balkans. Also on this, I think it's crucial to send a message from this COSAC to the Balkans. We want to work with these European countries. They are not members of the European Union, but they are Europeans. For this, we need to pave the way for a better cooperation. I think it's crucial also the work of the Croatian presidency in this job, because the stability of the Balkans is our interest. It is also the stability of the European Union. For this, I underline the importance of the COSAC in this very complicated situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tajani. Now Mr. Václav Hampel has the floor.
Chair, for the floor, dear colleagues. I would like to talk briefly about our rules of procedure for our next meeting in May. During the 5 years I've been participating in COSAC meetings, I experienced several occasions when the negotiations about COSAC contribution was quite confusing and sometimes even disappointing for some of the delegations. That's not because we wouldn't have rules of procedure. I think the rules of procedure are quite good, or I don't question them, but sometimes interpretation of the rules of procedure during the chairpersons' preparatory meetings are problematic. So I would like to suggest to the Troika, if it would be possible, maybe to prepare ahead of time some sort of a specific interpretation of the rules of procedure for specific situations. That way, I think we can make sure that the intention of the rules of procedure, that is, what we adopt by a large majority, that this will be fulfilled. The Czech Senate offers help in this. We already tried sort of an exercise how this interpretation could be tackled, and I think it's doable relatively easily. And as I say, we are happy to help with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now, Madam Gabriela Cretu.
Chair, I have a proposal for the next presidency, not for you. It is not a new one, and it is related to a flexibility of our plenary agenda, always drafted 6 months before our gathering, or a topic as much important in January as in June represents either a strategical issue or a chronic disease. We need coordination on these long-term aspects, of course. For them, however, we have time enough for elaborating and sending written positions. The proposal is to introduce a kind of free session, keeping the freedom and opportunity for the presidency to choose a topic with 1 or 2 weeks before the plenary. We need to avoid this feeling that the Rome is burning and we are fiddling. Today, the Foreign Affairs Minister discussed the recognition of Palestinian state. During the latest 2 weeks, Iran was high on the agenda. We need to create the opportunity to discuss at least one current political topic during our plenary. This is my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Gabriela. It is really like you have been sitting at the Troika meeting last night. It's exactly what we have discussed, so we couldn't agree more. And now, last but not least, Madam McGuinness, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair, and again my thanks to you for your hospitality and your warm welcome to Croatia, and indeed my thanks to our Finnish colleagues who are smiling more today than perhaps during the presidency because the weight of responsibility has moved. I just want to reflect on the very fine contribution of Lord Kinnoll. And I do it with deep sadness because this is a very defining moment for us, not just here in COSAC, but for the European Union. And I particularly welcome his words of having a close relationship in the future and wishing the European Union strength and unity for the future. And I think we should thank you most sincerely for that, because I think it does reflect the view within the United Kingdom, which sometimes is not heard of in headlines. I would hope that the United Kingdom would still be present in COSAC, as other non-EU member states are, but again, this is something for the future. And because this is a profound moment, I do think we need here in this format at some stage to reflect on why and how this came about, that a very leading member of the European Union, the citizens would decide to opt out of the European Union after this 45 years of membership. And therefore, this is one of the places where we need to think about it, perhaps informally, but also at a formal level. And indeed, perhaps in our next session, we will discuss some of those details as we look to the conference on the future of Europe. Also, my last remark is that it is important that we look at the many challenges that the European Union faces, and the list is long. But it might help us to balance things a little if we reflect on what the European Union has achieved and is achieving for our citizens. We have a capacity as human beings to reflect only on the negative. But I dare say if you take out a blank page and write down what Europe has done for each of our countries, and then collectively what the European Union has achieved in terms of peace and prosperity as a united body, then those challenges that we face might not look so daunting. And I sometimes fear that when we list all of those challenges, we become overburdened by them, rather than, which I would like us to see, challenged, yes, but able to deal with them. We are a progressive union. We are leaders in many fields and need to continue to be that. And I think if we begin to flinch under the burden of these many challenges, then the world will be a weaker place. So I would ask us this morning, as we're in our Zagreb, in the newest member state of the European Union, where I feel a great energy and enthusiasm, to revive that within ourselves and within COSAC. And indeed, I say it to myself as a member of the European Parliament, and my colleague, President Antonio Tajani likewise, that if we don't show strength and leadership, then how do we expect citizens to have belief in us? So that's my challenge to myself and indeed to all of you here this morning. And again, my sincere appreciation to my UK colleagues in the European Parliament. We will miss their contribution, both formally and informally. We will be at the loss of their wisdom on many occasions, but I hope we can call on the friendship and close relationships to at least have a shared understanding at a different level, perhaps, because as Lord Knoll said, the United Kingdom remains part of Europe, but sadly not part of the European Union. But there is a famous song, and I certainly will not sing it, Chair, but it has one line that says, "Goodbye doesn't mean forever." Thank you.
Thank you, Merit. I think it's a very rare occasion in our meetings that there is some extra time. So if anybody wants to take the floor now, because we will continue at 10, and if nobody wants to take the floor, let us have the short coffee break. It's served just behind this wall, and yes, perfect. My dear friend from Finland, Madam Hassi, please, you have the floor.
Much. And well, I thank Lord Knoll for the very constructive intervention he had, and I fully agree with Mariette McGuinness that we want to be friends with UK. UK doesn't leave Europe, although UK is leaving the European Union. And also from the time I was in European Parliament for 10 years, I remember many UK colleagues as very good colleagues, both in substance and in other aspects of the work, and I will certainly be missing this contribution. So I really hope that we can have a good cooperation between the remaining EU and UK also in the future. But one issue that is linked to political substance of the next COSAC full meeting, which I said yesterday in the Troika meeting, but also I would like to raise it here, namely climate. So when I read the priority topics of the Croatian presidency, I think that climate is linked to all of these topics. And also when I look at the proposal for the COSAC meeting in May, I think that climate is linked to most, if not all, of the session topics. And well, I think and I hope that all, or at least most of colleagues think that it's one of the most important tasks of European Union to make it happen in reality, not just in words, to be the first carbon neutral continent, to be front runners in climate protection, showing example to the rest of the world, but also producing solutions that we can that can be applied in other parts of the world, which also offers potential for new jobs and businesses for us. And therefore, I very much wish that the climate topic will also be integrated in several topics of the next COSAC meetings, like transformation of the labor market. Going towards carbon neutrality means that we get less jobs in the fossil-related businesses, but more new jobs in new climate solutions and new industries and businesses. There is the distributive aspect of EU budget. How do we make this transformation in a fair way, both internally in each of the European countries, but also EU-wide, and also the maritime policy, which is planned to be one of the topics, is very much linked to climate, because maritime transport is one of the sectors globally where the emissions are going to the wrong direction, namely growing. So I just would like to express this hope for the next COSAC meeting, also in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Hassi, and let me once again thank the Finnish presidency last 6 months and great cooperation within Troika, and we look forward to working together with our German friends. One might say I have to repeat something that I have said last night. There is some irony that as the newest member state takes over the presidency, United Kingdom is leaving. But as I said, I don't think that should discourage us. I think, on the contrary, I think it's just a proof or a reminder that nothing stays the same forever in our lives. Then the only thing that is certain is the change. And as the time goes by, we just need to stay on the top. And I do personally hope that United Kingdom in the months and years to come would be the bridge in between the United States of America and European Union. I really believe we need that bridge. There is kind of a Western civilization and then some other key players in the world. So if nobody else wants to take the floor, I would say we have more than 10 minutes short coffee break, and I kindly ask we start again at 10 o'clock. Thank you. Sorry? Anybody? Mr. Wolf, please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, now I take note of the fact that we have about 10 minutes till the coffee break, the scheduled coffee break. As chairperson of the Federal Council of Bundesrat, that will then be the host of this conference in the second half of 2020. Well, in this capacity, I'd like to make my humble contribution. I would like to thank very much the Finnish colleagues. And I'd like to underline that climate change is indeed a priority issue. We'd like to focus on this as well during our presidency, because this is an overarching issue. Now, there are discussions about the way COSAC sees itself, which I also consider important. The President also talked about the Conference on the Future of Europe, and I think it's important for us to voice our views and to talk about the vantage points of national parliaments. And we should do this on an equal footing with the European Parliament. It's important for us to utilize the potential of this process in order to push forward changes at European level. I'm very much looking forward to the meetings with you during the second half of the year. And I very much thank the chairperson from Croatia. Yes, we have cooperated very closely and very constructively together with our Croatian colleagues, and we'd like to tie in with this during our presidency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If nobody else wants to take the floor, we start again at 10. Thank you.
Ne? Also deswegen.
Is able to focus. Sorry, you should definitely talk to the Secretariat.
Yeah. It would be good, I mean, if we could have a...
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, let us continue. I welcome the Prime Minister of Republic of Croatia, Mr. Andrej Plenković, to our meeting today. He is accompanied by the State Secretary in charge of the relations with the European Parliament, Mrs. Nikolina Brnjac, and the State Secretary in charge of European Affairs in our ministry, Mrs. Andrea Metelko-Zgombic. So, Mr. Prime Minister, please take the floor.
Dear President of the Croatian Parliament, dear President of the European Affairs Committee of the Croatian Parliament, dear representatives of national parliaments of the member states, representatives of the European Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Vice President of the Commission, I'm really pleased to welcome you here at the National University Library in Zagreb, which is the main venue of all the events of the Croatian presidency, which will be taking place in Croatia, but not only as a Croatian Prime Minister, but also as a former member of the Croatian Parliament, former member of the European Parliament, and someone who is fully aware of the importance that COSAC and its activities over the past 30 years have contributed to the various EU policies, I would say, very thorough examination of the principles of proportionality, subsidiarity, which were the main elements of the check and the input that comes to the European level from the level of the national parliaments. The Croatian presidency for us indeed is a historic moment. It comes 28 years after international recognition of Croatia, 25 years after the liberation of the occupied territories of our country, and 22 years after the peaceful reintegration of the Croatian Danubian area into our legal and constitutional order. After the war, Croatia undertook thorough reforms during its accession process, rebuilt its economy, and we finally joined, as you know, the European Union in 2013. For Croatia, the European Union is both an unprecedented peace project and a union that draws strength from common values and solidarity. It is the world's largest trade bloc and a leading international actor. Now, 7 years into membership, we are really pleased to be at the helm of the presidency of the Council and provide our own contribution and impulse at the outset of the new institutional and the legislative cycle of the Union. During the last 2 weeks, Croatia had the opportunity to present our priorities at the European level and also at the levels of the College of the European Commission, where exactly in this room we had a meeting now 10 days ago, and I think it was a very fruitful exchange of views, understanding the operational priorities of the Commission of Ursula von der Leyen. We also hosted the President of the European Council, Charles Michel, and I have personally seen both leaders of France and Germany in the last 2 weeks in order to see a wider context of the activities where we can be supportive and initiate activities that may go through in the following 6 months. Our vision of priorities, as you are probably acquainted, encompasses 4 pillars, which show how Croatian citizens see the benefits of the Union. And they are all enshrined in the motto of our presidency, which is a strong Europe in the world of challenges. These pillars are Europe that develops, Europe that connects, Europe that protects, and an influential Europe. In parallel, there are 4 overarching priorities we will deal with during our presidency. And these are certainly the multi-annual financial framework, the enlargement dossier, which we want to put on the table of the EU institutions, the Conference on the Future of Europe, and our new relations with the United Kingdom. Regarding the first pillar, which is Europe that develops, our priority is to ensure a balanced and sustainable and inclusive development of the Union. which takes into account the specificities and the needs of all member states and their regions. This requires further development of policies that create better working and living conditions for all, especially for the young, and to address the pressing issue of demographic challenges with which half of the Union is faced. We will also advocate for a strong single market, for raising the competitiveness of the European Union through cohesion and convergence, enhancing digitalization, investment and innovation, and research and developing skills for the future jobs. It is important to foster sustainable growth and tackle the ever-pressing issue of climate change by taking first steps in developing the European Green Deal. We will accompany, at the level of the Council, a series of proposals which will be put forward by the Commission in the months to come. I think that together we need to work to achieve European Union climate neutrality by 2050, though taking into account the different backgrounds of our industries and different level of development of each member state. Regarding the second pillar, a Europe that connects, the growth and development of the Union depends largely on the networking of its economy and full exploitation of its infrastructural and human resources. Connectivity is one of the most important prerequisites for achieving social, economic and territorial cohesion among member states. To this end, we will promote initiatives contributing to transport, energy and digital connectivity to achieve further social and economic cohesion. We will also strive to promote other initiatives contributing to stronger connections between Union, citizens through sport, culture, education, and the entire concept of what we all call people-to-people contacts. As far as the third pillar is concerned, a Europe that protects, only a safe Europe can provide a peaceful environment for its citizens. This means strengthening security internally and externally against all threats, as well as the efficient protection of the European Union's external borders. We will work on solutions for a sustainable and effective migration and asylum policies, as well as on the Union's new strategic guidelines in the areas of freedom, security and justice, based on the shared values, democracy and the rule of law. Protecting our fundamental values and principles is vital for the Union. Therefore, we will pursue a comprehensive approach to the protection and promotion of the rule of law, but also engage in the prevention of dissemination of fake news, intolerance and disinformation on digital platforms. A Europe that protects also refers to improved protection of economic, social and cultural rights, together with better environmental and consumer protection standards. As far as the fourth pillar, an influential Europe is concerned, we believe that no single member state is able to address international challenges on its own. So we have to reinforce our unity, which is, in our view, our biggest strength. To confirm our global role in today's multipolar world, Europe should speak with one voice, more often and more loudly. This also requires further development of capabilities and instruments for joint action, including our defense in complementarity with NATO. Only by strengthening the Union's instruments for dealing efficiently with global issues shall we be able to support our ambition as a global actor to build a more influential Europe. It also involves advocating for a Europe that has a leading role both globally and in its neighborhood, in strengthening multilateralism, promotion of European values, and the fulfillment of United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Our credibility in international relations requires, above all, a responsible and geopolitical approach towards our own neighborhood. On that note, we will host the European Union Western Balkan Summit in Zagreb in May, which I will address later under the topic of enlargement. Being fully aware of the positive transforming power of the accession process, we will continue to support actively the EU enlargement based on the fulfillment of all the membership criteria. In close cooperation with the President of the European Council, we agreed to organize an Eastern Partnership Summit in Brussels in June, which is a signal to our neighbors in that part of Europe. As far as the other main and most, I would say, politically and mediatically attractive points, I would like to mention a few perspectives from Croatia. We need to build on the results of the Finnish presidency and undertake necessary efforts as far as the multi-annual financial framework is concerned. You are aware that the European Council in December mandated the President of the European Council, Charles Michel, to take forward the negotiations regarding the negotiating box, which we feel is good and positive because in this last year of the really complex negotiations, we need to have someone as neutral as possible to handle the final compromise. We will, as presidency, not only support him at the highest political level, but we shall do a maximum support at the level of the General Affairs Council, as we have done so far, as well as on the COREPER level, and also in the context of our relations with the European Parliament, because we need to get through, as you are aware, around 43 pieces of legislation, which actually makes the entire bulk of the multi-annual financial framework. We would like to have these negotiations finished on time, if possible during the Croatian presidency, because that would enable us all to start on time with the new operational programs. The experience tells us that whenever there is delay in the adoption of the MFF, we then suffer during the first years of the financial perspective when it comes to the national envelopes and the implementation. We feel that the next 7-year budget must retain its development-oriented and socially sensitive character. This will be best achieved not only through the financing of treaty-based policies, which we call traditional policies, such as cohesion and agriculture, but also through ensuring resources for addressing the new challenges, especially climate, migration, digitalization, innovation, and other issues which are on the agenda and the horizon of the European Union. Therefore, the budget has to accompany the ambitions we put into the EU strategic agenda, which the Council adopted in June, as well as the program of the Commission, which was presented to the European Parliament. The completion of orderly withdrawal of United Kingdom and future relations. This is certainly an item that has been with the EU institutions almost like a saga for the last 3.5 years. We feel that the conditions are ripe to conclude, both technically and legally, everything that needs to be done by the 31st of January, whether it is at the level of the Council or the consent of the European Parliament, so that we have attained the first objective, and that was the orderly withdrawal of the United Kingdom from the Union. What we shall be working on, and we are already fully engaged, together with the Commission and other members of the Council, is the adoption of the negotiating framework for the future relations. You are aware that the transition period provides only 11 months for us and the UK to conclude the new contractual relations. It seems for the moment that the UK government doesn't seem to be willing to request a prolongation, which is due to be submitted, if there is one, by the end of June. If there is no such a request, then we need to negotiate a sensible and reasonable first contractual relation after the divorce. On the enlargement, you know that this is an item which certainly doesn't have as enthusiastic reception at the level of the nation member states, publics or political parties, as it used to have in the 90s or the first half of the previous decade. But what we have is a responsibility. And this responsibility for us, especially as the only country who, from the Zagreb summit in 2000, which was the first summit that paved the way in the European perspective for the countries of Southeast Europe, managed to move from one side of the table to the other. Croatia is the only success story in terms of Southeast European countries in 20 years. And from that point of view, we would like to put this item on the agenda. Therefore, in this room, we will have this summit in May. The idea is to structure the regular meetings in the future, at least every 2 years, because this has been something that was literally lacking. You will recall, those of you who are following a little bit closer, the relations between the EU and the Western Balkan countries. There was a summit in Zagreb in 2000, then one in Thessaloniki in 2003. Then we had a void of 15 years until Sofia 2018, and there wasn't ever a full format meeting between the heads of state and government of the EU and the countries of the region. Luckily, the German Chancellor Merkel initiated in 2014 an exercise called Berlin Process, which substituted partially this lack of dialogue, but it was more focused on projects, on connectivity, on infrastructure, on support for the development, rather than a systematic, institutional, contractual, and politically framed comprehensive dialogue. So we want a political summit which will really dive into the substance of the dossiers in the region and very realistically, without any politically speaking naivete, look at what we can do with each other in the decade that is about to start. A special attention will be dedicated to the unblocking of the situation which we unfortunately had with North Macedonia and Albania at the level of the European Council in October. My sentiment is that with the approach of the new Commission, and especially the work of the Enlargement Commissioner Varhelyi, if there is going to be a progress on the methodology of the accession negotiations, then we might expect a more forthcoming reception of that altered methodology of the accession procedure by one member state, and if there is a critical progress in these months on the side of Albania and Northern Macedonia, then we shall all work towards the deblocking of the decision regarding the opening of the IGCs, which are the intergovernmental conferences for the two countries, because we feel this is the moment to send a constructive and the strategic message to the region, and this would be certainly a step we would very much appreciate. This doesn't mean that we would neglect other countries, such as Bosnia and Herzegovina, because they also have their due place in Europe and we need to support their constructive reform efforts. The final item, which is politically very important, and this is where I imagine there will be a lot of input coming from the national parliaments, is the Conference on the Future of Europe. I understand that both Vice President of the European Parliament and Vice President of the European Commission, Madam McGuinness and Madam Šuica, will have a special panel on this. I think we need to use this inclusive process in the next 2.5 years, really to put on table all the issues we feel are either misunderstood or neglected or should be more emphasized in the way that Europe is working today and the way that Europe is perceived today. Because I have said it also many times in the Croatian parliament, a certain amount of our citizens across Europe feels disconnected, feels excluded, feels discontent, and they articulate discontent in different manners. Some during the elections by supporting the protest political parties or protest groups that eventually evolve to the political parties, or articulate their dissatisfaction in other manners by demonstrations or all sorts of protests that we have faced across the European continent. I don't think we should use the Conference on the Future of Europe to substitute the debate that goes normally within the institutions. It has to be a substantive debate, debate that will leave open the finalité of its conclusions, because we can't really be sure what will be the outcome in 2 years, 2.5 years from today. And therefore, Croatia would like to provide its own contribution also by addressing the so-called elephant in the room, which is the misunderstanding among the major political groups in Europe on what does the Spitzencandidate concept mean, because we can't walk into the 2024 European Parliament elections the way that we have walked into the 2019 European Parliament elections, creating entirely opposing expectations by different political groups and also perceptions of the different institutions. How should really be taken into account the result of the European Parliament elections. So these are the items which I felt are important at the beginning of our dialogue to be put forward. I really look forward for your questions, and I'm happy to answer any of your concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Grazie, Primo Ministro. E ora apriamo il dibattito sulle priorità della Presidenza croata. Abbiamo 18 richieste di parola pervenute e quindi dobbiamo purtroppo limitare il tempo di parola a 1 minuto e mezzo, cominciando con Hörcsik dell'Ungheria. Grazie Presidente, Primo Ministro, colleghi. Sono felice di essere di nuovo qui a Zagabria. La Croazia è un esempio da applaudire e riconoscere. 2 decenni dopo la fine di una guerra sanguinosa, la Croazia è diventata membro dell'Unione Europea ed oggi è in prima linea nell'UE. Congratulazioni. Presidente, il percorso di integrazione deve diventare un modello nei Balcani occidentali, fornendo incentivi e prospettive ai paesi interessati. E chiedo a lei, Primo Ministro, di non bloccare ma di aprire la porta dell'Europa alla Macedonia del Nord e all'Albania. E inoltre le trattative di adesione di Serbia e Montenegro dovrebbero essere accelerate al fine di poter permettere che la maggior parte dei paesi possa diventare membro dell'Unione Europea durante il prossimo QFP. Presidente, i prossimi mesi saranno fondamentali per il futuro dell'Unione Europea. Abbiamo bisogno di un'Europa competitiva, abbiamo bisogno di un bilancio giusto ed equo per tutti e come
agriculture policy as well without unjustified cuts. At the same time, no challenges like border protection and climate change should be also addressed and financed. I wish to stress that if the next financial framework is unanimously adopted, then we should start the work of the Conference of the Future of Europe. Last but not least, Mr. Chairman, I wish that the Croatian presidency will serve the interest and the security of the European citizens and will focus on key and common European projects, which forcing divisive issues like the introduction of qualified majority voting in certain policy areas of Article 7 procedure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I hope we can get the time to the main screen. And now Mr. Yves Kruchten from Luxembourg has the floor, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you also, Mr. Plenković, very much for the very, very warm welcoming that we are receiving here in your beautiful city and in your beautiful country. I wish you and your government all the best for this presidency, which I am certain will be very successful, especially when I see the priorities you are putting forward. Namely one of them, a Europe that protects. Though we are receiving worrying reports on ill treatment of refugees at our external EU borders, also at the Croatian borders. Yes, we all want a Europe that protects, and yes, of course, we need to protect our borders, but we also need to protect refugees' rights, which are, in fact, human rights. So my questions to you would be, what is the Croatian government doing to improve the situation at its borders? Will there be, for instance, in-depth investigations? And secondly, what do you think can the European Union do to help all the countries with external borders who are facing this problem?
Thank you. Mr. Kriegbaum has the floor.
Vielen Dank, Herr Vorsitzender, Herr Premierminister, lieber Herr Plenković. Zunächst auch von unserer Seite ein herzliches Dankeschön dafür, dass wir hier in Ihrem wunderschönen Land sein dürfen, und auch vielen Dank für die Einladung gestern Abend. Ich möchte ausschließlich sprechen über die Konferenz zur Zukunft Europas und auch die Kolleginnen und Kollegen hier an dieser Stelle sensibilisieren. Wir sollten dieses Thema nicht unterschätzen. Was der Ausgangspunkt ist, dass wir über institutionelle Fragen der Europäischen Union uns Gedanken machen möchten, was am Ende sehr wohl in Vertragsänderungen resultieren kann, nicht muss, aber es gibt auch Änderungsmöglichkeiten, die nicht mit der Änderung der Verträge einhergehen müssen. Haben wir eine Übersetzung oder nicht? Weil hier Verwirrung auftaucht. Die Übersetzung, there's a translation or not? No, no translation. Then I wait one.
Can you hear me now? I suppose that you can hear me now. There was a problem with the channels. No, it's okay. It's okay. You should hear me now. You should hear me now. Do you hear me now? Yes. You should hear me now. So once again, we have to be very sensitive. We have to know what we want if we change in the context of this conference on the future of Europe, and this could also lead to changes in the European treaties. But also there are possibilities to reorganize constitutional questions without having to change the treaties. So this conference is aiming very high. And there is one part that is particularly important for me. The national parliaments have to deal on an equal footing with the European Parliament. I'm saying that in your presence, Prime Minister Plenković, because the 28th of January, we will talk about this in the AFRR and in Coreper, because Mr. Ratman, as your Minister of Foreign Affairs, will talk about your position during the presidency. So we have to react quickly. We always have to think about participating 135 parliamentarians from the European Parliament, and from the national parliaments it will be 2 to 4 representatives for all 27 member states. That means, even with 4 participants from the countries, only 108 parliamentarians. We're not on equal footing there. But as parliamentarians, we want to participate. We want to participate also in the steering committee that will be established, because this is where the agenda is set. So I would like to really sensibilize you for this question, and it is not acceptable for us as national parliamentarians already in the participation of the steering committee. We only sit on the gallery. This is a role that we cannot accept as a national parliament. We cannot accept that. It will not work. We are the ones, I don't want to talk too long, we are the ones who have to put into practice the results, and we are responsible towards our citizens in our countries. So I would like to ask you to talk about it in a prominent way and to find a result. Thank you very much.
And then we'll give the floor to the Prime Minister so that we have more interactive and real response to your questions. Thanks.
Sehr geehrter Herr Vorsitzender, geschätzter Herr Ministerpräsident.
Chairman, Prime Minister, colleagues, in the name of the Austrian delegation, I would also like to congratulate Croatia on the occasion of its presidency. I wish you much success in your work, and thank you very much as well for your hospitality that you have shown in an excellent way already yesterday evening. The Prime Minister and also the Speaker of the Parliament have talked about the enlargement process. It is a subject also that we have dealt with during the Austrian presidency. And I would like to underline once again that your efforts concerning negotiations with Albania and North Macedonia, and also Bosnia and Herzegovina and the entire region, we have to bear this in mind. We have to deal with this subject during the Western Balkan Conference in May. This will be one of the priorities of the Croatian presidency, and Austria would always support you.
You have the floor. Andrei, please.
Thank you very much, Domagoj. I will try to briefly address all the 4 comments and questions at the start of our dialogue regarding the comments of our Hungarian colleagues. As far as the budget is concerned, I couldn't agree more with you that the really a big question that is ahead of us is how to find a compromise between, I would say, 3 or even 4 diverging positions. We have now at least 5 member states who are the so-called net payers, big contributors. We all know that 10 countries are contributing for the 80% of the budget. Some of them are more conservative, some are more open. And they want a maximum of 1% of the GNI, which is really a maximalistic position going into the minimalistic volume, so to say. Then we have the position of the European Commission, which you remember from May of 2018, Juncker Oettinger, which was going to the level of 1.114, trying to accompany the policies and the ambitions for the next 7 years without the UK in membership. Then you have the position of the so-called Friends of Cohesion, who are still in the developing, or I would say the catching up phase in terms of the average level of development compared to the most developed countries, where there is, of course, an insistence that given the new challenges, that agriculture and cohesion should not suffer too much, at least not that much that the gap between those who are more developed and those who are catching up remains still as wide as it is today. And Croatia is this is a fully national hat on my head now at the moment, which is the last to join the European Union. Only one financial perspective needs at least 2 financial perspectives to say, now my country is not what it used to be in 2013, just as Hungary can say that you are not in 2020 what you used to be in 2004. And then we have the ambition also of the European Parliament. European Parliament says if we want to really achieve something, we need a budget that would go as far as the 1.3% of the GNI, which is something that doesn't seem to be really finding a lot of understanding among most of the member states. And then we have this report of the Finnish presidency, which tried to do almost a mathematical division, but with which no one was pleased. So what will be happening now is that Charles Michel will undertake those so-called bilateral Sherpa dialogue and negotiations, which are happening this week and next week, last week and this week. And then we will see after the estimation of where we stand when the conditions will be ripe to convene further dialogue at the highest level. I think we all need to find a compromise, do it on time as far as possible. I'm not guaranteeing that it will be done during our presidency. We are ready to really do a maximum effort that it happens. But what will happen in the end will really depend on the insistence of some of the countries within the blocks that I have described until the last minute. Because the methodology of the last minute Christmas gifts is something very well known. There are many people who are very skillful in attaining what they want at the end of the exercise. So this is where we stand today. When it comes to the Article 7, extremely delicate process, but envisaged by the treaties. We have now 2 countries under the 2 different frames of this exercise. We as presidency will continue the dialogue in that respect, and the European Parliament will be fully informed about this process. When it comes to the Europe that protects and the allegations that you referred to when it comes to the protection of the Croatian border, I will have to explain this because I did the same thing to the members of the European Parliament. I did it also to the large group of the Brussels correspondents which were here 2 weeks ago. Allegations, if they are stated, are investigated fully. There were several disciplinary procedures against the members of the Croatian border police. What you need to understand that unlike some other European Union member states who have erected either physical barriers at their borders, for instance, our northern border even though we are members of the Union, there is a physical border between Croatia and Hungary. Our western border, Slovenian, there is a barbed wire, 22 kilometers from where you sit now, barbed wire. We did not opt for the barricades and the barbed wires, especially vis-à-vis Bosnia and Herzegovina. You might not know, but Croatia's external border is actually longer, if you look at the map of Europe, than the Russian-Finnish border. Might be surprising. You wouldn't say it at first if you look at the map, but our external border is 1,351 kilometers long. We have some natural borders, which is the river of Danube in Slavonia, and the river of Sava, dividing Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina in the north. But what is the critical issue? The critical issue is the mountainous area, sparsely populated on our side, between the northwestern peak of Bosnia and Herzegovina going all the way to south towards Dubrovnik, because everybody who enters the region of Southeast Europe on the Eastern Mediterranean and the Western Balkans route is through many skillful activities of the human traffickers and those who support them, channeled to the peak of the northwestern Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is 120 kilometers from where we are today. I was there at this point, which is near a city called Bihać in the northwestern Bosnia and Herzegovina. And basically what was on the agenda is almost the creation of an informal hotspot. And we have said very clearly, we will not allow the newest member state without barbed wires and barricades to become an informal hotspot. This is not our policy. This is something which is unacceptable for all of us and would not be neither accepted nor condoned by the Croatian public. Therefore, we have trained 6,500 police officers. We have actually the largest border police in Europe today, largest border police in Europe today, not only proportionally, but largest, very important to understand. We have absorbed 271 million euros from the moment we joined, 120 million from the Schengen facility, and then another 151 million from the security and the migration funds, in order to equip them, train them, technically have overviews from helicopters to cameras, thermovision, etc. And we will protect Croatian borders from illegal migration. We will not direct by barbed wires, especially not because of the very important relationship with Bosnia and Herzegovina. We are, when you look at the map, we are sort of directed towards each other. We can't do that. Politically, it would be really senseless to do it. And moreover, since the Croats are constituent people in Bosnia and Herzegovina, my government, I'm not sure what someone else might do, but my government will never erect a barricade between Croats and Croats. Simply a no-go. It will not happen, for sure. At the same time, we will investigate any allegations, sanction them if they are proved, and approach the issue of refugees and migrants. In this case, what we have been informed, these are migrants. You have a situation where most of the people who are there are men between 20 and 35, more than 90%. This is not a family fleeing a war. This is a very well-organized and orchestrated movement of people when they are not interested in Croatia. They want to come to you. They want to go to whether it would be Luxembourg, whether it would be Germany, Austria, France, or whatever. They are not interested in us. I can see that. We know it. They have, thanks to the digitalization of the world, a very good map and navigation where they want to go. So we will behave in the highest standards, investigate if there were any misuse of the authorities of the police and sanction them. But at the same time, we cannot allow what happened in 2015 and 16, because that had an unprecedented effect. I always say it in the context of the debate on the conference on the future of Europe. After the Berlin Wall, so meaning in the last 30 years, there wasn't any other event that has had such an impact on the political architecture of our continent in each member state as much as did the refugees and the migratory crisis had. More than the Western Mediterranean route, more than the Central Mediterranean route, because this is the only land route. And therefore, I reiterate, an arrangement with Turkey needs to be found. Without that arrangement, we will have difficulties. We will have difficulties. The last point on the approach of the inclusion of the members of national parliaments into the Conference on the Future of Europe in all aspects, we are absolutely open. As far as I'm concerned, I have no problem with also the steering board, but we will see what the Council will take as a position. We are now coordinating and receiving responses that we asked at the level of COREPER, all the member states. I think the idea of a conference on the future of Europe means the inclusion of the national level. Who is better, I would say, better expected than the national members of parliaments to articulate what people think on the European project than basically you? I don't think there is anyone else. So we as a Croatia are open. Let's find a modality that we can all be adequately represented from the start. But this will be more concretely debated by Merid and Dubravka. On the Western Balkans, the item which you mentioned, we were very realistic when it comes to which summit to pick up. When I was rather a young diplomat and a lawyer, then one professor told me you should always write and speak on something that you know. Don't write on something that is second-hand for you. You will not bring much added value. So if there is one part of the world where we feel we have a specialized expertise, we know the developments, we know the past, we know what are the expectations, this is the region of our neighborhood. And we want to therefore give an input to have a referential summit in May and try to deblock processes, because it's very simple. If we are reticent, slow, reserved, undetermined, other actors, they will not sleep. They're already there and they're very influential. And at the end of the day, these 6 countries which are surrounded by Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, Croatia and Italy via the Adriatic Sea, they have nowhere else to go. They will not join the United States, they will not join the Russian Federation, they will not go to China, they'll always be here, and they have only one direction to go. Let's steer the process in an intelligent manner. Let's not send messages, stay in the antichambre forever, because if we say this, they will derail from the reform process. I can 100% guarantee you that will happen. That's why we need to be subtle and intelligent at the beginning of the new decade for Europe and also for the region. This is the point of the conference.
Thank you, Prime Minister. We are under really heavy constraint with time now. And no, please, thank you. But also, I hate to do that, but we need to, so that everybody comes to say something or ask the question to the Prime Minister, we need to limit time to the 60 seconds. I'm sorry about that. So now, Madam Berlinguieri, please, the floor is yours.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mr. Prime Minister, first of all, good luck for your commitment during the Croatian presidency of the Council, which is taking place at in a very complex time for the European Union. We must rise to new challenges. Our responsibility is in question. We must use all our imagination to find new solutions in order to forge a changing world. This is a very important also moment at international geopolitical level, given the tensions in the Middle East. And surely, at this time, Italy will provide its support in order to make this presidency of the Council of the European Union a successful one in all the chapters that we are faced. Now, some considerations. First of all, I believe it is essential to have ambitious we have to be ambitious in the negotiations on the new multi-annual financial framework. we must find new budget opportunities within the union's own budget, without impinging on the individual member states, and we must be able to find the necessary solutions and necessary resources to find the funds for innovation, technological innovation, climate change, industrial policy. Among the new policies and the new priorities for the European Commission, a leading role must be given to the new Green Deal, and we must impose the European leadership throughout the world.
Then 90 seconds.
Surely we need to operate together in the framework of the resources, also starting with the reform of the European semester, which should promote environmental sustainability, social sustainability, and state aid. Thank you.
And now, Mr. Radunovic, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Considering all developments in the past year, it becomes obvious that the Western Balkans and the EU need to come up with a new approach to work together. Accession benchmarks and requests must be strict but fair. When a country fulfills the criteria set by the EU, it shall get a concrete assessment and made efforts should be respected. In Montenegro, where official policy is moving towards EU in theory, in practice, all our crucial challenges are still originating in the key issues from the chapters 23 and 24. In real life, we are witnessing undermining democratic institutions, lack of independence of media, and restricting MPs and public freedom of speech. We are facing a flood of fake news in moments when some high-profile affairs occur, which are then presented as hybrid war against the state. Last but not least, we are dealing with the controversies brought by the government's new bill on religious freedoms. New law envisages that the state can declare the church land a state-owned land, as in the communism era. Tens of thousands of citizens are protesting every night, and the largest opposition group in the parliament that has been opposing to the adoption of the law has been arrested just before the voting in the parliament. I'm hoping that during the Croatian presidency, EU member states will be well informed on our inner challenges, and that the new accession methodology currently discussed by the EU will provide us with better tools to deal with these obstacles that slow down the reform process in Montenegro.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Johnny.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the Croatian friends for placing EU enlargement at the top of their priorities. We also believe that Now? Yes, now it worked. We also believe that the enlargement process should be a credible one. But, dear friends, representing Albania, one of the two candidate countries that are at the top of the agenda, allow me to express to you in a very humble way that this process for some of us has been anything but credible over the past few years, and especially during the last year. I would like to recall the Thessaloniki summit in 2003, where the EU member states reiterated their support for the EU perspective of the Western Balkans. 15 years later, friends, in Sofia, in May 2018, the EU reaffirmed again the European perspective for the Western Balkan countries. Now, throughout my engagement over the past 11 years, I remember these two words, European perspective. Now, with the sad departure of the UK, a firm supporter of enlargement, we feel that the EU is at a crossroads for its own future. And I believe that the enlargement towards the Western Balkans is a key component of this future of the European Union. The reason being is that some EU member states have failed to acknowledge the strategic and security importance of Southeast Europe, where the countries of the Western Balkans are key components in terms of stability, foreign influences, migration, and organized crime routes. Dear colleagues, it is very simple. The EU, we believe, needs to be smart towards its southern neighborhood. I'm sorry about the time, but I was stopped a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
And
fine,
because
okay.
we are at the top of the agenda, I would like your kind understanding. We've got two problems, dear colleagues. On a regional front, a vacuum is being left by the slamming of the door during the last year on our faces with the incomprehensible no by the European Union. Russia is there, ready to move into the region. You need to take that into account during the Croatian presidency. On a domestic front, another vacuum is going to be left from the EU incapability to act. Further delay of membership talks
please finish.
Will favor domestic negative forces of nationalistic and of religious nature. Please, dear friends, it is time to put the money where the mouth is for the European Union. We need to open accession talks this year during the Croatian presidency. We don't need any further delays. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We couldn't agree more. And now, Mr. Mushoy, I hope I
Yes.
pronounced well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, all of you. First of all, allow me to congratulate Croatia for its first presidency of the Council, to express my gratitude for the good cooperation our country had throughout this period and to wish you success during these 6 intensive months. Concerning the Croatian priority, a special importance should be attached to the way the cohesion policy and the common agricultural policy are reflected in the agreement on the next European budget in terms of financial allocation and implementation criteria. Secondly, we welcome the objective of the Croatian presidency to better explore the possibility of synergy between the macro-regional strategy and the EU cohesion policy, representing continuity of the efforts of the Romanian presidency of the EU Council and the Romanian presidency of the EU strategy for the Danube region. Regarding the enlargement process, Romania underlines the strategic value of this policy for the EU and considers that a credible European perspective for the region is in EU's best interest and represents a strategic investment in the stability, security and prosperity of the whole continent. In this respect, reaching the decision of opening negotiations with the Republic of North Macedonia and Albania before the summit in Zagreb in May 2020 is of utmost importance. Thank you for the floor.
Thank you. And now Mr. Alimi.
Hvala. Ugledni premijeri, gospodin Plenković, drage kolege, dame I gospoda.
Thank you very much. Allow me to congratulate you on holding the presidency of the European Union. I wish you a lot of success and I hope you accomplish all of the goals that you have set for yourself. North Macedonia is still only a candidate country together with Albania. We're waiting for a visa to start negotiations. Even though a new methodology has been set up regarding the negotiations. The October decision by the European Council was a great disappointment for us, primarily because we signed a good friendly agreement with other countries in the neighborhood. Great effort has been made in order to make constitutional changes in line with the Prespa agreement last year. For those who are unfamiliar with this issue, I want to remind you that we have resolved the name issue with Greece, which was the main obstacle to our Euro-Atlantic integration. The good news is that we have resolved the issue of the name of our country, and we will soon become a full member of NATO. We're still waiting for one more country, for Spain, to ratify the NATO accession protocol. During this presidency we also hope to have one more good piece of news for the negotiations to begin. I want to thank Prime Minister Plenković, who expressed readiness to support the European aspirations of the Western Balkan countries under the Croatian presidency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now Mr. Klich, and then we turn back to the Prime Minister, whom I also kindly ask to shorten. So please, Mr. Klich.
Thank you, Chair. It's a pleasure to be here in Zagreb and to listen, Mr. Prime Minister, to such a professional presentation of the outline of Croatian presidency. I'd like to underline one issue and to ask about the other one, to underline the comprehensive presentation of your aims concerning security and defense approach of the European Union. It's a value, it's a great value. And the implementation of both, I mean those instruments that were envisaged by the Lisbon Treaty and those that were created recently after overcoming the crisis in 2016, I mean, for example, PESCO as the first example, and the European Defence Fund as the other example, these are important purposes. But also there are institutions beyond this agenda, for example, the future of the battle groups of the European Union that should be discussed, the beginning of this discussion should be begun. And secondly, the operational capacity of the European Union that would enable us to create and to conduct in future more ambitious initiatives concerning crisis management. What about that? Secondly, JCPOA, that is crucial, absolutely crucial from the strategic point of view, and that we created together with states. So the role of the European Union should not be abandoned. My question to you, Mr. Prime Minister, is about the role of the EU that you envisage during your presidency in future talks concerning the future of JCPOA. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just remind you, we have planned the break at 11 to 11:30. So at 11:30, when I was proposed finish of the break, we need really to break this session. So please, Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
I see that your chairman is very strict. You should see the European Council. Everybody can speak as long as they want. That's why we always work until 4 o'clock in the morning. Few points, I'll be brief. The first question was coming from Italy. I think, and I would just like to say that I visited Prime Minister Conte at the end of December. We went through all the possible activities that we can attain in next 6 months. I think we agree very much in terms of understanding that if we are to embark on the new own resources for the budget, it needs to be done in a manner that will not look as the increase of taxes to our own citizens. This is a concern of many heads of state and government. Nobody has something in principle against the own resources strengthening. But if the timing is as such that you will get the frame, okay, before the national elections we'll pay more taxes for Europe, then everybody all of a sudden becomes a little bit reserved. This is the critical point. It needs to be done in an intelligent manner. And I agree with you, the new challenges, whether it's innovation, whether it's science, whether it's environment, we will do our best to make a good equilibrium of priorities. On the Montenegrin, Albanian, and the North Macedonian items, you all touched the Western Balkans and the enlargement. What I can tell you is that in Croatia you have a friend and you have someone who understands what is at stake. Therefore, all of our activities and positions prior to the presidency, but also during, will be steered in a positive direction when it comes to the I would say, accession or association process in a way that is sensible, steered, and does not create greater reservations. But everybody, as we did, needs to do his or her own homework. The times of looking at the criteria flexibly or leniently are gone. The openness of Europe that existed in the 90s will never happen again. What you will have now is carefully crafted, looked after, enlargement and accession process where every single little part of any chapter or any political conditionality will be under the loop and magnified to the extent which those who are members now did not perhaps see when they were joining. that in particular goes to our understanding of what North Macedonia has done by tackling the issue of identity, changing the name, changing the constitution, and now being put to wait, least to say it's anything but fair. When it comes to the issues in Montenegro, we understand what is happening, following closely. I don't see this issue has been really much publicized across Europe. The problems are not as big so as to attain the attention. So keep the problems down. That would be my advice, and focus on the chapters where you're doing pretty well. When it comes to Romania, I fully agree with you. Macro-regional strategies, amongst them the Danubian strategy, very important for us. We had an excellent cooperation in the context of the trio of the presidency, and we will be also, as a country chairing the Danube strategy, very much keen to strengthen this cooperation from Schwarzwald to the Black Sea. When it comes to the Polish suggestion on defense, you have seen that we have a very well elaborated part on security and defense in our priorities. I think that the European Defense Fund should not be the one that will receive, I would say, a marginal attention in the next MFF. Strengthening European defense is a tendency of last 20 years, and it is our position that we need to do it and continue, because Europe will only be understood as influential if it's strong also in defense terms. Having the context where one permanent member of the Security Council, nuclear power, and the world champion of the free trade is leaving us, that is a reason more to do extra on defense cooperation, including the battle groups. And when it comes to the JCPOA, this is certainly an area where the three big countries had the lead. You see now the differences between the position of the United States and the leading countries of the EU, but we need to embark on a new process where the IAEA inspectors will be able to continue their work and monitor whether there is anything concerning when it comes to the Iranian nuclear program. This is what we will try to help and support, but the lead in this exercise, as you know, is more in the heads of Mr. Borrell than the rotating presidency of the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Now, unfortunately, you have to say bye to our Speaker of the Parliament, Mr. Jandrokovic. Thank you, Gordon, for joining us. And we continue. Mr. Bizet, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Premier ministre, permettez-moi de vous saluer, de me réjouir de vous revoir et de vous souhaiter un plein succès pour vous-même et votre pays pour la présidence de l'Union de la Croatie. Nous sommes dans une conjoncture particulière puisque nous regrettons tous le départ de nos amis britanniques, mais désormais il faut regarder, je dirais, vers l'avenir.
Želim vam mnogo uspjeha tijekom vašeg predsjedanja.
Nous rentrerons.
I don't know if the decision by Mr. Johnson will be a successful one, but whatever happens, I need to emphasize one more thing. Currently, globally, something very important is happening, the rise of artificial intelligence. The European Union has decided to allocate 20 million euro in the MFF to this issue, because of the increasing role of the USA and China, which spend the same amount of money every year for AI. Also, there is the digitalization of our economies. We need to work on this aspect, and I do hope that the Senate proposal, as well as the relevant resolution pertaining to different projects, significant projects for our economies, which would make it possible for us to act despite of the competition agency, which is very strict. We need to keep track with what other countries are doing on other continents. There were there are direct foreign investments, and I think that we need to pay more attention to this topic. If we focus only on the future by taking into account old, outdated policies, there are, of course, important policies pertaining to agriculture and cohesion, which are important for connecting the continent. Yes, these policies are important, but let us not forget about social rights and about the new technologies.
Thank you. I hope we can get the time back on the screen. And
Nadam se da ćemo ponovno
Mr. Hajdukovic raised his request for the discussion, but we give him the floor anyhow. So Domagoj, please.
Thank you, Domagoj. Just two brief comments. First of all, enlargement. I must reiterate again, as I did in Bucharest and as I did in Helsinki, how disappointed personally I am on the message that was sent to Northern Macedonia and Albania by not giving them a date for the start of negotiations. I have high hopes for the Western Balkans Summit to be held in Zagreb, and hopefully we will be able to send much more encouraging message to our friends in Albania and Northern Macedonia, because, as Prime Minister rightly said, there are other influences in the region that will not go away unless we give a clear alternative. Also, when debating the conference on the future of the European Union, at the Troika meeting yesterday, we had a question of migration also come up, both internal and external, and I feel, and I will talk about it in depth in the next session, we need to include Council of Europe as well, especially because we have a special representative on migration and refugees, and also in the framework of the Parliamentary Assembly we have a committee on migration. So I think that to hear the views of Council of Europe would also be worthwhile. Thank you.
Thank you. Domagoj, Mr. Martinović, you have the floor.
Zahvaljujem puno predsjedavajući. Dozvolite mi da izrazim veliko
I thank you. I would like to express my deepest satisfaction and gratitude by what we have heard from Croatia today, that Croatia not only that is on a declaratory level for our support with regard to the Chapter 4 and Chapter C, we are very grateful for that. Our expectations from Croatia during presidency is that Montenegro opens the last chapter, chapter number 8, which is the last chapter within the negotiating process, and we should fulfill the last benchmarks required for the internal closing of all the negotiating chapters. We would also like to encourage other candidate countries that they make progress, that they advance in this process. We honestly hope that reforms will be conducted and that Montenegro will fulfill all the criteria and nothing will be done retroactively.
Attenzione, Presidente.
Mr. President, if we shorten speaking time too much, our debates will not be very useful, and social uneasiness, Mr. Prime Minister, is very widespread in Europe, and the social tissue connecting many European countries is at stake, is being undermined. And I may also say that we need to specify better the resources that are to be used to mitigate the situation of insularity. And Article 174 of the treaty is very clear on this point, but on island regions, it is still not being implemented. Then, on the Green New Deal, I would like to reiterate, Mr. Chairperson, that this is not a matter. That what we should do here is to use flexibility in a clever way. Flexibility is foreseen for investments by the present rules, and this is the only way in which we can diffuse the hotbeds of rage and nationalist opposition to the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tajani, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I agree with what was said on the Balkans. It is important to have a neighborhood policy enabling Europe to ensure stability in an area, in a part of our continent where there are so many candidate countries. We cannot leave that region to external influences because it is against our own interests. And also we should look at Africa with greater attention. We need a new Marshall Plan. The European Parliament has supported the notion, the policy for new investments, for more investments. And if we want to be serious on the fight against terrorism and climate change, we must do more. China has invested over 60 billion. Only a few months ago, and I believe in this budget we should do more. We should do more in order to have a common foreign policy and a common defense policy. And I agree with what the Croatians said. Until we have a common defense, we can't have a common foreign policy. If we look at Libya, if we look at the Mediterranean, we can't have a foreign policy unless we have a defense policy. So this is why cutting the European defense budget is inconceivable for me.
Mr. Klus, and then we turn back to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me floor, and thanks also to giving me back floor on the list. And I would like to thank you for perfect hospitality, as usual, in Croatia, and wish you all the best for your presidency. Thank you, Prime Minister, also for introducing us of your priorities. You already mentioned problems of enlarging Schengen area if it comes to the Croatia, but we are having two more countries at the list, I mean Bulgaria and Romania. So if you don't mind, I would like to ask you if this is also part of your agenda during the priorities of your presidency. And last but not least, as long as Slovakia is having a parliamentary election in 6 weeks, this is maybe also our favorite party with you guys. So thank you very much for cooperation last 4 years, and hopefully see you in May again.
Thank you very much. And now the Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. D'abord, sur la question, quand il s'agit de l'intelligence artificielle et le numérique qui était posée par le sénateur français que j'ai eu l'honneur de voir à Zagreb au mois de décembre.
I had the opportunity to meet representatives in December and from France, so I am answering in French. I'm really sorry that we haven't invested more in digital economy. This is a battle that is lost in advance. So I hope that at our 50th Economic Forum, which is at the very core of our today's debate, economy of the future and the fourth industrial revolution. This is something which sets budgetary requirements, European budget, but also investment in the private sector. So to that end, I have a lot of French proposals of Mr. Breton, Commissioner, who in this area has a lot of experience, wide experience, different experience, and he can enrich this debate about investments. With regard to the agriculture, I have presented Croatian priorities on Thursday in Berlin during opening of the Green Week, a huge, large agricultural fair in Berlin. Something similar is envisaged to take place in Paris in February. So we shouldn't neglect common agricultural policy. And therefore I said that large net payers, when it comes to volumes, have their own opinion. However, your country, which is very interested in not reducing budget and resources for agriculture, will be very high at the agenda. So this will be a battle between the red tape and the farmers. So what will be allocated within the budget for agriculture and agricultural issues?
Montenegro, I think I've already tackled. Sull'aspetto sociale, la questione dal deputato italiano.
On the social aspect as raised by Senator Licheri, I agree. We have the European Social Pillar. We have the conclusions of our meeting of 3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, in Göteborg. And we must always give priority give priorities because the choice before us is very clear. It's very simple. It's a very simple one. One, to have a social fracture, or have a European social policy. I'm in favor of a European social policy, of having a European social policy, because this is really the heart of the economy of a free market, but of a social free market. And in this respect, this is the basis for our priorities, national priorities.
Ahead of us, we are, when it comes to the actual legal situation, now in the same position, meaning there was a clear green light from the Commission for all three of us. The last decision of Juncker's Commission back in October, Commissioner Avramopoulos, was further confirmed by Ursula von der Leyen's Commission, because she actually submitted all of those papers to the Council. Now the dossier is on the Council. I know how dear this topic is to our Romanian and Bulgarian friends. We understand we won't attain much during the presidency of Croatia on our own dossier, but once it finishes, we will continue, because this issue is important. I would say Schengen, as we want to join, is not the Schengen that we have now. We have to be very clear, and there are three considerations. One is how to tackle further the legislative package when it comes to the Dublin regulation and everything that has to do with the burden sharing on the ramifications of the earlier refugee and migratory crisis, and also clear rules for the future. We all need to move a little bit in order to attain a sustainable consensus, because as the things are now, we will not move very far. So Schengen does not depend only on our own merits, but depends on the wider context. So Dublin, getting back to the usual Schengen, strengthening the external border, and in our view, very strong view, we must solve the illegal migration, one, at the source if possible, or at least to alleviate it, and second is to protect the entry points on the EU's territory. It's very difficult to deal with the hotspots once you break the initial external border. And this is key. After that, we have difficulties. We don't want a repetition of 2015-16. When it comes to Africa, sono d'accordo con Antonio, è un continente che vivrà una esplosione.
I agree with Antonio Tajani. It's a continent where the population will grow very rapidly in the next decade, and that will have a huge impact on the European continent. So not just dialogue, but also aid, and we need to develop an economic humanitarian assistance policy, promotion of institutions and government support in frail countries.
Chair, we've been celebrating these days 1 year since Romania started its first presidency. We share the same concerns with you. Croatian priorities are more or less our own priorities, and we hope to continue cooperation, especially working together for keeping high on the European agenda the old challenges not yet answered appropriately, in spite of the new challenges we cannot deny. I mean, achieving cohesion, reducing inequalities, and supporting financially and through appropriate regulation these goals. Secondly, I like to draw attention that the means for achieving the common goals have to be carefully chosen. Completing internal market became a goal in itself, or all of us are aware now that single market could boost European economy, but in the same time deepening social and territorial inequalities. Those attending the plenary in Helsinki could remember the author of the market-driven approach in our development, former Vice President Katainen. Yes, he told us when asked, when the capital market completed, capital flows from poorer to richer countries in the same manner as brain drain and hand drain occurred by now. And this is good. Good for some countries, but bad for the others. So different realities need different solutions for contributing with their entire capacity to our common future. Those behind, as our countries, need support for reducing gap and as they actually expected when opening their markets. Thank you.
Thank you. For starters, it would be great to have a direct flight from Zagreb to Bucharest.
Yeah.
Yes, Madame Tilay, the floor is
Merci,
yours.
Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Premier ministre, félicitations tout d'abord pour vos compétences linguistiques qui sont impressionnantes. J'aimerais bien mettre un petit focus sur le cadre financier pluriannuel, une tâche très importante qui attend la présidence.
I just would like to say something about multi-annual financial framework. It is very important that we have hierarchy, that we establish determined hierarchy within priorities in order to be able to tackle them, to address them by a certain sequence of orders. When it comes to communication and multi-annual financial framework, this is also very important whether we mention absolute or net relative amounts. Thank you very much.
Our meeting here brings you good luck. I say this in full consciousness because last time in our previous COSAC in Helsinki, when the Finnish counterpart of yours came to speak to us, he had to resign a few hours later. I'm sure things will be much better for you now. Let me ask you two questions very briefly. The first has to do with demography. Since this is the first time I can think of, I remember the matter of demography makes it into a priority of an EU presidency. This is very important. We are faced with a huge crisis in Eastern and Southern Europe, and I would like to hear more from you. The second has to do with migration. You refer to illegal migration. I wonder if you have any thoughts on legal migration, if Europe has to establish a common system of legal, regularized migration, the way that other countries like Australia or Canada have introduced. You refer to Dublin. For us, Dublin is more or less dead. I wonder, this is the second sub-question, if Geneva and the Geneva Convention for the Protection of Refugees is going the Dublin way. And because we tend to...
Please, Dimitris, if you could finish, yeah.
To make circles, since Geneva outlaws pushbacks, and since Geneva gives the right to everybody to come to Europe and file for asylum, and as a result abuse the system of refugee protection, I wonder if there is in the back of your mind some thoughts about adapting Geneva to the new conditions today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pecek, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear Chair, dear Prime Minister, dear colleagues, special thanks on the beginning to all the organizers for this opening meeting. As Slovenian presidency in 2021 is approaching, the drafts of our program priorities have started to take shape, and I'm happy to say that they include issues that are also on Croatian agenda. Since the duration of each individual presidency is limited to only 6 months, it is of special importance for the key issues to stay in the focus of the future presidencies. This goes not only for the obvious legislative dossiers and matters, but even more for those who may not be in the procedure yet. I would like to make a reference here to a slogan of Croatian presidency, which says, "A strong Europe in a world of challenges." Coming from a neighbor country that has started and shared not only open issues, but also a lot of history, economy, and the culture with Croatia. A popular Croatian children's song of friendship and solidarity comes to my mind, and the song says, "Kad se mnogo malih složi, tad se snaga stoput množi." Hvala, thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Kekec.
Thank you for the floor. First of all, I want to thank our Croatian colleagues for very good organization, hospitality, and pleasant evening. When I looked at the priorities of the Croatian presidency, I found that they were in line with the current situation and the challenges facing the European Union. A strong Europe in the world challenges is the motto that must make Europe more ambitious in competition with the most advanced economies in the world, economy that takes into account sustainable development and a fair social policy. A policy capable of ensuring the quality of life of all generations. A policy close to its citizens, especially young people, as it's written in key topics. The 4 priorities that have been selected are the challenges we will have to face in the next period. An equally developed, integrated and secure European Union is the foundation on which we can further build our values. We must not forget the countries that are geographically and historically part of Europe, but they are not yet formal members. These countries need to be assisted and supported to enter the European Union as soon as possible, regarding a long-term stability and security. Therefore, I also welcome the Croatian efforts to organize the European Union and West Balkan leaders meeting in May in Zagreb. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Karel, the floor is yours.
I would like to thank you for this well-organized meeting. When one mention about enlargement, I believe Turkey should be also mentioned. And about Albania, Montenegro, I hope their story is not going to take as long as ours, because it has been more than half of a century for us now. And third one, I think Turkey should be invited to the summit at May, for the enlargement summit. I think you should also invite, EU should invite Turkey. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Shormas.
Ja za početak želim da se zahvalim Hrvatskom saboru.
I would like to thank the Croatian Parliament for their hospitality. I am a Serbian from Western Bosnia, and my wife was born in Zagreb. I have family in Zagreb. I'm very often here in Zagreb, and I feel comfortable in Bosnia and Serbia, in Croatia, and I would like for all of us in this region to once again become part of a larger family, a European family, and to fight for our common interests. Now I will switch to English, because what I wanted to say was directed to our Croatian hosts.
5 chapters were ready. Now Serbia has handed over chapter 27, ecology, to open, so we are ready again for another 5 chapters, another 5 openings. Now everyone knows that the problem is not in Belgrade, but in Brussels. We are working hard on our reforms, trying to connect the whole region into a business and economy union. So far, we have agreements with Albania and Northern Macedonia. We have been waiting for more than a year to abolish ridiculous taxes by Pristina and elect a new government in Pristina. In future, we expect new dialogue about our relations. Dear colleagues, time is that you make it clear when Serbia can expect full membership. We have to plan our development, to plan our future based on the real situation inside the EU. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Altunialdis, you have the floor.
I'd like to congratulate Croatia for her presidency and wish you all the best and success. And I'd like to thank for your warm hospitality shown. Dear Chair and members of COSAC, we appreciate the willingness of the new EU leadership to engage with Turkey at an early stage, and hope that this would be reflected in the entirety of Turkey-EU relations in concrete terms. Against all odds, accession to the EU still remains in our strategic priority. Unfortunately, political and artificial blockages on our accession negotiations negatively affects our cooperation and reform agenda. EU should display a credible anchorship towards Turkey, as it does towards other candidates. Our expectation is to implement 18 March agreement in its entirety, progress on our accession negotiations first. And the second one is starting the modernization of the customs union. And the third one, support our efforts on visa liberalization. Our first priority is to visa liberalization, and recently a presidential decree has been issued for all the governmental institutions to speed up the domestic efforts in meeting the remaining 6 benchmarks, and we will continue our efforts in this perspective. Mr. President or Prime Minister, do you think we will have some concrete progress on these items for our for your presidency term? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And the final debate today, Madam McGuinness, please, Merit, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Prime Minister. It's an honour to share a platform with you. I have a question, because you mentioned how late into the night you have to speak as the leaders come together. And I've spoken to former leaders of the European Union who say that really there is not sufficient time given to the European because of the pressures at national level. And I think those pressures have intensified. I'd value your comments. Secondly, on migration, coming from a country, Ireland, that has suffered migratory flows outside, I think it's clear that strong economies are what keep people in their home countries. And in our own case, we were able, through recovery, to bring people back. But it is an important point on the agenda. And my third point, to Mr. Karidas, who said Dublin is more or less dead. Let me clarify that Dublin is very much alive, but I do support your contention that the Dublin regulation certainly needs severe amendment. So I'm happy to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Prime Minister.
I agree that Dublin is alive, very nice city. And I hope we will not follow suit of the experience you had in Finland, but you never know. Few points. On the cohesion, the item raised by our Romanian colleague, I think we share the views. I will not reiterate that much more, because I know what it means to our country, especially when the 80% of the public investments actually come from the absorption of the EU funds on the cohesion and the competitiveness, and it's certainly a leverage for the national development. So for countries like yours or mine, we understand what it means. When it comes to the multi-annual financial framework and the approach, we feel that the overall level of the GNI, whether it's 1% or 1.14 or 1.3, given the economic strength of Europe, actually we are talking about very little differences, which when they are turned in billions of euros are a lot. But when you look at the entire economic power, I think that what we need to find is a sustainable, long-term way of financing the European Union. We have been perennially trapped into the exercise of the net contributors and the net beneficiaries, and this debate has somehow been toxic for the relations among member states and for the general public. If we will always go to the summits in Brussels and say, what did we achieve, how did we manage to circumvent others or to trick them or something like that, and win a little national sentence paragraph for the budgetary line, then cohesiveness and the unity is a little bit in the second row. And this is the essence. So those who are more developed certainly have shown and extended the solidarity, because if there is one word that explains the European Union, it's the solidarity. If there is no solidarity, there is no common agricultural policy. If there is no solidarity, there is no cohesion policy. If there is no solidarity, there is no collective security which we have. If there is no solidarity, there is no one voice in the global arena from the European Union coming. So I think the fact that the UK is leaving should be a sobering effect of all of us. It should reunite us. The way I see the conference on the future of Europe, which you will just discuss now, is to how to reinvigorate new enthusiasm for the European project. We tried to do that back in 2017 in Rome at the 60th anniversary of the Rome Treaty, because I remember these first 6 months when I entered the Council as a fresh Prime Minister at the time, the atmosphere was morose after the Brexit referendum. It was morose. People were sort of full swing depression. Now it's not anymore that, but the Conference on the Future of Europe should in the next 2 years simply try to bring back the popular, I'm not saying populistic, but popular support to our European cooperation. This is how I see it, and budget is only one of the elements. When it comes to the Dublin and the Geneva, I agree with you that we should respect the high standards, absolutely, when it comes to the border protection, when it comes to the rights of refugees and migrants, and this is something we all have to do. At the same time, we all need to protect our own external borders wherever they are. If they are porous, if they are not controlled, this is not only a violation of our own national legislation, but it is definitely an impact on the stability and security of all of us. Today, without Syntagma, wir schaffen das noch einmal, if we would have now the wave of the same numbers of people coming from Turkey to Greece and going towards Europe, honestly, I cannot predict what would be the political ramifications. I don't see anybody who would be able to sustain a similar type of situation, let alone the countries of the region who are not nor economically nor in any way fit to sustain such pressure. When it comes to Slovenian interventions, I'm very happy that you quoted a paraphrased song of Kad se male ruke slože, sve se može. I have very small kids, so when I go with them to the kindergarten, I hear this song very often. It's particularly encouraging a message coming from Slovenia for our own bilateral relations and solving the open issues and putting the emphasis on the youth. When it comes to Turkey, both of your interventions, Croatia and Turkey, we have a very strong relationship, very open relationship for many years. You were one of our biggest partners when we stopped at the beginning of the 90s the war between the Bosniak Muslims and the Croats in Bosnia and Herzegovina. This is what binds us, the links that were forged between President Tudjman and your President Demirel at the time. As someone with a background on the EU and enlargement, I know your story from the Ankara Agreement of 1963 almost year by year. I know what Ortak Pazar, as you call the European Union, means for Turkey, but I know also realistically how the mood is today. So what we shall try to do in our presidency to find a tailor-made approach to keep the dialogue, to keep on track the relationship with Turkey, but most of all address the issue, which is how to prevent a situation of a couple of years ago, where I see a strong commitment coming from your side, but also from the security point of view, because we always say that Croatia has complicated neighborhood. When we look at yours, we are very fine. So on the European Parliament message, when it comes to what we can do together, I agree with you, Meirid. The European Parliament has a strong role. I've seen it last week. This is still a parliament almost in the election mode. It's a fragmented parliament. It's not the same, the parliament, the two compositions I had the privilege to participate in. It reflects these changes that are happening in Europe. So therefore, Conference on the Future of Europe should tackle the heart of the problem that we have. And this is, do we really understand each other very well? And how can we use the EU policies to address the discontents which do exist? We must not ignore them. On the contrary, we should talk about them and find solutions, because otherwise the concept of many political forces going back more forcefully to a purely, I wouldn't say isolationist, but almost a nation-state agenda will be stronger, and the reflex that existed of European cooperation will be weaker. And we feel that. There are some countries which belong to the group of those who are the co-group of Europe, where the European reflex is not really the first one, or not even maybe the second one. And that is something we can all sense. So we should get back a little bit in the right order of setting the priorities of our cooperation. That's why this new decade should be almost, I don't want to be pretentious, a new start, but certainly an exercise for the reinvigoration on the achievements of what we have done. So this is the way we see it, we approach it, and maybe a newcomer can sometimes look naive, but still attain a step in the right direction. Thank you very much for this dialogue. I really appreciated it. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for your contributions and debates. Thank you, Prime Minister, for your time and response. I think we had a great session, and it was worth of taking much more time than we thought we would. We still have time for a short coffee break, so I propose we come back at 12:05. See you soon. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let us start if we don't want to eat our lunch cold. So, session number 2, European Union National Parliaments and COSAC in the new institutional term of the office. I'm pleased to welcome Vice President of the European Commission in charge of democracy and demography, Madam Dubravka Šuica, and our colleague, dear and familiar member of the COSAC family, First Vice President of the European Parliament, Ms. Mairead McGuinness. We start with Dubravka, so please take the floor.
Thank you, Domagoj. Good afternoon to everybody. I'm really more than happy to see all of you here in Zagreb, in Croatia. And thank you for the invitation to talk on the organization of the Conference on the Future of Europe. As you know, I feel very good and comfortable here in Croatia, the country I know best. Before I start, let me tell you, in order to somehow familiarize with you, part of my background. I used to be vice chair of a committee for European integration during our negotiation period, during our accession period. So I'm very familiar with the work of European Integration Committee or with the committees for European affairs. Let me go immediately into in medias res. So for us, it's needless to say that national parliaments are and will remain an important partner for the European Commission. For more than a decade, we have developed an active partnership based on, first, subsidiarity control. Mariod knows the best, my colleague who is in charge, who used to be in charge of national parliaments and still is. Then rich political dialogue and fruitful direct contacts with the members of the Commission. National parliaments have a central role for linking the citizens and European institutions. The von der Leyen Commission is committed to close engagement with national parliaments. We are convinced that national parliaments can and must play an important role in the Conference on the Future of Europe that should start in spring this year. I read in the background note for this meeting that, I'm quoting, the participation of national parliaments in the Conference on the Future of Europe is not explicitly mentioned in any document of the European Commission. This is what I read in background note. I want to, if I may say, correct or rectify this immediately. The involvement of national parliaments is a key issue for me as the Vice President who has the main responsibility for the organization of the Conference on the Future of Europe. And I can tell you that the role of national parliaments in the conference will be clearly recognized in the communication that the Commission will launch next Wednesday, which means on 22nd of this month, during our college meeting. It's the only issue on our agenda on Wednesday morning. I also welcome the letter signed by 23 chambers in 20 national parliaments, which has been sent to President von der Leyen last month. In this letter, you rightly call for the close involvement of national parliaments in the preparation and in the organization of the conference. What are the next steps in this process? Right now, we need a pragmatic focus. Step 1 is for the European Parliament, the Council and the Committee to agree on the scope, format, structure and objectives of the conference. This could take a form of a jointly agreed text. It may be called joint declaration that would be open to input and signatures from other actors, such as the COSAC, but if I may say here, COSAC cannot give input as COSAC, but each national parliament individually, then Committee of the Regions, and the Economic and Social Committee. We need all hands on deck for the conference to be a success. So once again, this joint declaration, we are looking forward to the meeting of 3 presidents of the Commission, of the Council, and of European Parliament, which is scheduled for 30th or 31st of January, where we expect them to agree on joint declaration, and then everybody can join. To give you a sense of the time frame for this, the Commission would like to launch the conference on Europe Day, Day of Europe, on the 9th of May, and it will last, as you might already know, for 2 years. The launch could take place somewhere in Croatia. My proposal would be Dubrovnik, where I served as mayor for 2 terms, but let us see if it will happen or not. So my proposal would be during Croatian presidency on 9th of May, somewhere in the south of Croatia. If this is agreed, the Croatian parliament should play an important role in the organization of this launch. The last December European Council, as you know, tasked the Croatian presidency to start working on the Council's position, and the Croatian presidency mentions the conference on the future of Europe amongst the priorities, as you heard from our Prime Minister talking a few minutes ago. As already mentioned, in 2 days, on Wednesday, the European Commission will present our contribution in the form of communication. I invite you, and through you, national parliaments, to send your feedback and proposals as soon as possible. Maybe this week or next week. So after Wednesday, this will be on the agenda of the Commission. Then we are looking forward to your contributions. This should be part of our constant political dialogue. The debate in the European Parliament has already started, with the Parliament having adopted a resolution on the conference last week in Strasbourg. Last Wednesday, Marianne McGuinness was chairing a part of this debate, so we are familiar with this. As you know, I'm frequently meeting different members of European Parliament, regardless of their political affiliation, in order to exchange views, and I will continue to engage. As Vice President McGuinness underlined during the December COSAC plenary, we cannot afford confrontation about who controls and who owns the conference. For it to be a real success, all of us must own it together, so the ownership will be ours. What is the content of the conference? Part of this joint process will be to determine the topics for discussion. The Commission envisages 2 strands of discussions. First, the first strand, based around the European headline ambitions, as set out in the Commission's 6 political priorities and the European Council strategic agenda. We want to gather the ideas of Europeans to ensure that the European Union delivers on what citizens want. Making a success of the conference is also about creating the right space for citizens to talk freely about what they want. Second strand of discussion should involve institutional matters, including the lead candidate process, the lead candidate system for the election of the President of the European Commission, and transnational lists for elections to the European Parliament. Let me underline that the role of the Commission in this regard is that of facilitator or honest broker between the Parliament and Council, but citizens should have their say on these issues, and we should be ready to listen. The organization of the conference, to start with, we are convinced that the conference should build on well-established citizens' dialogues. You know that there were many of citizens' dialogues until now. More than 1,800 citizen dialogues were held, but we would like to amplify the role of this citizens' dialogue. We will go not only to capitals, but also outside the capitals. So it will be, we will do it, I'm sure, from the start of the conference. Of course, we have to talk to the authorities, but it's the proposal is, and also the wish of our President, Ursula von der Leyen, is to go out of the capitals, go to regions and talk and listen to citizens. President von der Leyen asked each commissioner to visit every member state in the first half of our mandate and to engage regularly with national parliaments. This is the task of all of us commissioners within our mission letters. Each commissioner is asked to take part in conference-related events across Europe and engage with national and regional politicians as part of this. As a part of pre-conference, I already visited 2 days ago Estonia and Latvia. Next activity or next mission will be to Spain and Portugal in order to show that we are stretching from far northeast to the far southwest. It's also symbolical, but this was how I started my mission, although the conference hasn't been launched yet. We need to go further. The Commission believes that the conference must address a missing element in the citizens' dialogues, namely the connection between citizens' views and practical policy making. This is where the gap exists, and we are trying to fill this gap. We want to involve civil society, of course, and reach out to minorities, but also to entrepreneurs, to students, and to all walks of life. We want to hear from people from all ages, especially those who do not always engage directly with us. And as such, this process feeds into another area of my work, which is Vice President for Demography. In addition, the conference can build on the positive examples of participative processes in several national parliaments. Listening to your different experiences would be extremely useful and in this regard. And by the way, I look forward to the new proposal you put on the table to give extra flavor to the COSAC meetings by organizing dialogue sessions with experts and with civil society. It would be wonderful if we could build a bridge between the dialogues we will organize as part of the conference on the future of Europe and these new parliamentary dialogues in the framework of COSAC. As such, we could certainly strengthen and revitalize democracy in all member states. The Commission also sees an important role for national parliaments in the overall communication of the conference, in terms of the overall single branding of the conference and in adhering to the principles of the conference as will be set out in the joint declaration. On the Commission's side, all members of the College will play their part. I will be leading the Commission's work on the conference, but my colleagues, Vice President Jourova will focus on the institutional strand, and my colleague Vice President Šefčovič will be the main interlocutor on the interinstitutional issues. The European Parliament and Member States in particular, via national and regional parliaments, could also designate points of contact to act as public faces or to act as national ambassadors for the debate. That is a very effective way of increasing visibility, and I'm sure that this can work on national, regional, and local level. Finally, the outreach of information. Crucial to the outreach of the conference will be ensuring information is transparent and readily available at all times. The Commission sees the main hub for information flows about the conference in the form of new multilingual digital platform that will give the permanent access to the work of the conference. The platform should maximize easy access for all citizens and transparency in the process by live streaming debates, including all documentation related to the conference and the topics discussed, and by gathering the outcome of debates in one place. A calendar of the conference-related events should be made public via the platform, and meetings and large-scale events should be web-streamed wherever possible. What are our next steps? Discussion of this magnitude will only be fruitful if and when real action follows. The conference has to aim at establishing a real connection between citizens' views and practical policy making. President von der Leyen has therefore pledged to follow up on what is debated and agreed during the conference, including with legislative action and, if possible, or if proposals show in the end, even the treaty change. We are not opting for this. We are not predicting the outcome of these dialogues, but you never know. So we are completely open. As you know, this is also said in political guidelines of new Commission. This is a key element of the conference. It shows that democracy is a living, breathing process that goes far beyond the ballot box. And to conclude, I do not need to convince you that now is the perfect time to get going. There is a lot of positive momentum. Look at the high turnout which we mentioned here today during European elections last May. Europe overcoming years of fighting crisis. More Europeans than ever before have a job. Growth and investments are up. And people's support for our union being one of the highest it has been in almost 30 years. From this position of internal strength, we can now look forward and forge a vision for the future with every European citizen. But we need you to help make the conference a success. I look forward to you setting out in the coming few weeks your ideas and best practices on how national parliaments could get best involved in this process. So the sooner the better. After Wednesday, we are looking forward to your proposals. And I'm ready to answer your questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dubravka. And now, Madam McGuinness, please, Mary, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Chair. I want to be brief. I'm not going to read a speech because I know many people want to contribute to this debate. And as you know, the European Parliament last week voted on a resolution. And we had a what I believe was an exceptional debate because it was extremely lively and it changed the processes even within the Parliament itself. From my side, we have to be careful about why we're having this conference on the future of Europe. Is it about the institutions or is it about people? And frankly, I will start with people first. And I think if we take that as our core principle behind this conference, we can work around the structures and the engagement of institutions. If we do it the other way around, I think we will fail our people and fail what we were trying to achieve. It's important, as the Vice President of the Commission has just outlined, that there is increased support for the European Union. And that is perhaps on the back of a deep conversation about what Europe is following the Brexit vote. And I think we should be aware of that people were not as engaged as perhaps they should have been. We did not fully discuss things like the single market and customs union. And the Brexit debate sadly allowed us to have those deep conversations. But we also face a lot of challenges where fear is being embedded in our citizens, if you like, fear around migration, around security, fear for their economic futures. And I think this conference on the future of Europe should address many of those core issues. And I'm really happy to hear that the Commission President has instructed and has asked that we start at ground level, at the roots of Europe, the regions. It is going to be complicated because it's a big union. I wrote down the word family here, and the European Union is a very large family. I come from a reasonably large family, and there are always different relationships within that family. But when we're threatened from outside, we unite, and I hope that the European Union reflects that type of family and that the outcomes from this conference are not predetermined. I have yet to meet a citizen who said to me, I want treaty change. And therefore, we do not go into this conference with the idea that we will have treaty change, but rather we listen to the concerns of citizens and then decide if a treaty change is required, because obviously that has implications as to how it is ratified in different member states. But it is a new decade, a new commission, a difficult process when we were assembling that commission. The issue of the Spitzenkandidaten certainly was complicated, and we do need to have a discussion and perhaps better planning as to whether we agree or believe in that process, and then how we communicate it with citizens. So we have an opportunity to engage with everybody who is interested in the European Union at grassroots level. When I first became involved in COSAC, I said very clearly, and I will repeat now, that the European Parliament is united with national parliaments. We are all elected by citizens, and therefore we should not be in conflict, but rather we should work stronger together. And I very much heard the comments of our German colleagues around participation by national parliaments in this conference on the future of Europe. And that is why I am going to stop my contribution now, because I want to hear from all of you about your perspectives, and I assure you that I'll bring your views back to the European Parliament, and that we hope that together, when this starts, it will begin with us all agreeing rather than having a bumpy start. We do not need that, so let's prepare well, take this opportunity in this format to get our views across, and more importantly, be prepared to compromise, because even I find that difficult sometimes, but it is essential in order for us to deliver on what our people want. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary, very much. Sorry. Can you? Yeah. Okay. So in total, we have so far only 11 requests for the floor, which is nice, so you will have more than enough time. So I'd say we limit the time at 2.5 minutes, and then we have the closing remarks from both of my colleagues, Dubravka and Merit. So please, Madam Westlund will start. You have the floor.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, and thank you for the interventions from the speakers. I wanted to take the floor because I wanted to congratulate the presidency and the Troika of COSAC for interesting proposals on how we, as ourselves in COSAC, can develop and take more responsibility for dialogue with the general public, but also external actors. I find these proposals very fruitful and inspiring. However, I do want to stress the importance of finding a common view on how to interpret the voting procedures. We cannot have that kind of discussions in more meetings. We have to sort out how we will do this in the future. And I hope that you already, in due time before our plenary meeting, can present a concrete proposal on how to handle the voting procedures in the coming meetings. And on the conference of the future of Europe, I very much welcome the concrete information given by the Commissioner and also the perspective given by Ms. McGuinness that we should not focus on constitutional change. I have never met myself either a citizen asking for that, but on how to deliver on the big challenges that we are facing. And so we must work in two directions, both having this dialogue on the future of Europe, but at the same time find the energy to deliver on what we already have. I mean, we have a structure and we have concrete proposals coming up from the Commission, and we must have the energy to deal and find compromises on that in order to meet the demands from the general public. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Lopatka, you have the floor.
Vielen Dank, Herr Vorsitzender.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, I would like to support what Mr. Kriechbaum just said in his contribution. And if I understood what the Commissioner said, national parliaments will still be excluded from the steering committee. So our participation is not guaranteed. And it is the more important that we participate in your work. The resolution of the European Parliament, to my understanding, is not a fair treatment of national parliaments. We do not work on a level playing field, on an equal footing. If it would be the case, we should also take into account numbers, and there is clearly a misbalance in numbers. And so I have a concrete question to you. it is more than symbolic how many national members of parliament participate. It is a question of cooperation, of contributions, and of esteem towards national parliaments. And if we want to get national parliaments closer to our citizens, then we need also a more active participation of national parliaments. And we will have to ask ourselves as well how we, as national parliaments, can make this process more visible. And thus we must participate on the European level, with the participation also of opposition parties. If I have only 4 members and 2 chambers, how should that reflect the vote of our population? So I have a very clear question. You said that you will show your proposals in the future. Do you propose that the Parliament's representation is similar in the representation of the European Parliament? A question to Chairman Mr. Milosevic. If necessary, will you also convene for a meeting, a particular meeting for this issue, so that we can only deal with this question in a separate meeting? I think this will be necessary, that we will reconvene before the 9th of May if we really want to decide a procedure on European level. Thank you.
Berlingueri.
I would like to underline the need for a greater involvement of national parliaments in defining the legislative and political priorities of the European Union, and maybe we should relaunch the proposal of green cards, enabling the European Commission to introduce a strategic plan to expand European action in certain sectors, and especially where the European added value is greater. So in order to activate this procedure, it may be necessary to have COSAC perform an early assessment of a legislative proposal introduced by the national parliaments, and similar proposals should go hand in hand with the notion of giving the power to introduce bills to the European Parliament. And these issues have to be dealt with within the Conference on the Future of Europe, which should be an open, inclusive dialogue interacting with civil society. And at the same time, the representatives of national parliaments should be able to be involved at an appropriate level, together with COSAC. And I believe that also COSAC chairpersons should be represented in the Conference on the Future of Europe. And I would like to endorse what the Austrian colleague said, because we do need to bring the European institutions closer to the citizens, to public opinion. And if we want to do this, actually it is the national parliaments that are the institutional representation of the general public. They are the expression of the needs of our citizens, of our voters. So during this time in which we are reflecting on the whole continent, on the overall institutional arrangement of the European Union, I believe we should work so that national parliaments are represented concretely and very effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have again the issue of the erasing the request. So, Mr. Horschik, now you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As far as the scope of the conference on the European future is concerned, I do hope that the national parliament should be properly integrated into the work of the conference, as like a couple of decades ago in the work in the convent. I fully support that. What did Madam McGuinness mentioned in this morning, that I do believe that the Brexit process and the reasons leading to the Brexit referendum should be discussed on certain details, because I think that lots of unanswered questions remain between us. Let me welcome the Vice President Šuica's portfolio on the demography, although family policy belongs to the exclusive competence of member states. Many European countries face similar challenges like aging population and empty villages. I do hope, Mr. Chairman, that the experiences and the best practices of member states, like the annual Budapest demographic summits, can contribute to have a more family-friendly policy in Europe. For example, the increases in the rate of the marriages are particularly rare in Europe, but not in Hungary, and the Family Protection Action Plan launched by the Hungarian government could prove to be an example of the effect that negative demographic trends can be reversed, relying on our internal resources. Finally, Mr. Chairman, in this new institutional term, I look forward to more frequent direct contact with commissioners. In the past 5 years, we did really appreciate when the commissioners visited my committee in Budapest and the other national committees as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more on your comments. And now, Madam Hassi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Very simply and briefly, I agree with all colleagues who have stressed the importance to have a fair role for national parliaments in this conference of the future of Europe process. As Madam McGuinness said, both European Parliament and national parliaments are directly elected by the people. As a former MEP, I very much respect European Parliament, and I know the thinking there that the European Parliament has a tradition to emphasize the role, the fact as European Parliament as the only directly elected European level body. But anyway, do we like it or not? Most citizens anyway feel that the national parliament is more closer, it's easier to follow, very much due to the fact that press in each country is following the national parliament much more than the European Parliament, which is not quite rational, it's unfair, but anyway, it's a fact. So in order to work in a way that tries to prevent like unnecessary feeling of alienation from the development and decisions on European level, the national parliament must have a fair role in this process.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hajduković. You have the floor, Domagoj.
Hvala, Domagoj. Kao što je premijer rekao, konferencija.
As the Prime Minister said, the conference on the future of Europe should be a reflection about how to create and initiate repeated enthusiasm for the European project, which is unfortunately dropping. So the role of the national parliament should be very visible in that respect. Previous speakers said that members of the European Parliament are the only directly elected members. Croatia has 11 members, after the Brexit 12. So we have remaining 151 members of the national parliament. We should use them as well, because they generate added value and they should feel also integrated in the European Union. In the same way, our citizens should be informed very well, integrated very well, and inclusion of the national members of the national parliament can contribute to enhancement of that dialogue. When we speak about the Conference on the Future of Europe, I would like to highlight that apart from the national parliaments, we should integrate also some other institutions. First of all, I am referring to the Council of Europe. We very frequently tend to forget this institution, which is the oldest pan-European institution and which could contribute significantly to this dialogue, although it goes beyond the European framework. All the members of the EU are also members of the Council of Europe, and the common response of the Council of Europe should be given by all the members to the questions like external and internal migration. There is a committee for migration in the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. Some colleagues who are here are also members of that Parliamentary Assembly, and they are aware of the fact how many proper, good, solid roundtables we organize on that topic, not only on the subject of migration, but also social topic, culture, education. So involvement of other institutions, like for instance Council of Europe, could strengthen Europe, which is more open, which is better, and which is more inclusive. Madame Wett.
Wish Croatia a lot of success and all the best for your first presidency. And also many thanks for Madame Suisha for visiting Estonia last Thursday, and many thanks for a very interesting meeting in Estonian Parliament. About the conference should concentrate on topics which contribute to the development of our policies in the medium and long term. We prefer to keep the focus on topics which are already presented in the debate. First and foremost, on priorities set in the strategic agenda. Otherwise, the process might become too broad and end up with non-expected results. We also should avoid creating a heavy structure for conducting of the conference. On the process of structure of the conference, we believe that it is crucial to ensure a strong role for international parliaments. In the environment of citizens and civil society, it is of importance to ensure the representativeness of the selected groups. Certainly, this conference is a big, important exercise, and we expect it to produce effective outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, the next in line is Madame Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank, first of all, Vice President Suisha for her important statement. In Helsinki, we ask to be implemented in the Conference for the Future of Europe. And on behalf of the Belgian Senate, I appreciate your engagement to give national parliaments a role in the conference. Since the Belgian Senate is composed by members of the regional parliaments, we hope the interests of the sub-national regions could be taken into account as well in the conference. Furthermore, we look forward to the way how the conference will involve the public and civil society organizations, because we'll need the support of European citizens for the European project more than ever in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Liheri.
Grazie. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. On the future face of Europe, in this very moment in national parliaments, we have 4 different political views. Firstly, there's a federalist soul. Secondly, a liberal soul. Thirdly, popular or populist action, or positively popular. And fourthly, there's a nationalist soul. Now we associate we endorse the proposals of the delegation of Austria, Hungary, Finland, because for a meeting to be held before May the 9th, because we need to represent different souls in that in the establishment of a permanent representation of COSAC. And we need to have a number of parliamentary delegates that should not be lower than 4 members from each House of Parliament in each country. Thank you.
Mr. Santos, please, the floor is yours.
Thanks, President. I would like to express my congratulations to Croatia for this important moment you are living this semester, and I wish the best success for your presidency, and also for both the vice presidents of the European Commission and the European Parliament. I just would like to say that on behalf of the Portuguese Parliament, we are obviously available to contribute to change our rules to obtain better results in the context of COSAC. But in this moment, we have a great opportunity to be closer of the European institutions and the civil organizations, the citizens, in the context of on the conference. And this is why I think that our main focus in this moment is to define clearly what is the role of the national parliaments on this conference. Then I think this is more important than lost, of course lost is not lost, but lost time discussing our rules, because the COSAC is only the opportunity we have to change some views between us. Then, in conclusion, let's put our focus on the participation of national parliaments on the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Cretu, please.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I hope we could agree on a few aspects. Firstly, we need an organized framework for working together on our common future. The conference is welcome. Secondly, the national parliaments' representatives have to participate on an equal foot for two reasons, at least. By now, with or without reason, we have witnessed a dividing competition between European Parliament and national parliaments, as if they wouldn't represent the same citizens, as Mary McGuinness and Satu Hassi just stressed before. We have to avoid further divide. It is undermining for the Union. Secondly, any change in the treaties, I don't exclude such changes following the conference. Policies or legislation have to be ratified or transposed, applied at the national level. If we understand the Union role and the global functioning now, we know that we have to preserve the Union. But those who really like it, feeling the current dangers, we know that we have to change it. Which changes we want? It is the main issues to solve, mainly policies, but as well rules or institutions, if the case. Business as usual approach has to be excluded. The Union needs a new political project and citizens themselves, they need a new story in order to keep them united. After the war, for older generation, peace was such a project. Saving a half-completed currency called euro or the banks when in danger cannot be such a story. As drafted today, Green Deal cannot be either. Because of being too dividing, we have to change something there. I'm sorry for saying that, but reading the current positions on the conference, we could notice a quite populistic approach, listening to our citizens, involving our citizens, NGOs, youth, as if we stopped in listening to them by now. We have to clarify which kind of body it would be. We have to care for the legitimacy and representativeness of those participating. The consultation of stakeholders could provide us with a fake support. I remind you the study showing us that more than 90% of those participating to the public consultations organized by the European Commission represented business sector, and only just a few, the citizens actually. Finally, I have some doubts about having the European institutions as the main agents of change. By now, European Parliament, European Commission, there are always a kind of fight between these very institutions, including, our governments against Brussels altogether. The political parties have to take seriously their role of integrating political will in society and to provide citizens with a coherent project to discuss on for the 21st century. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabriela. It's much easier to manage when we are not under time constraint, but still, please keep an eye on the time. So, Madam Terauda, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I share Croatian Prime Minister's goal that this conference should be about reinvigorating enthusiasm for the European project. And that is why I very much welcome Madam Šuica's concern that we discuss issues, not only Spitzenkandidaten, because I share everybody's view expressed that Spitzenkandidaten will not generate enthusiasm in European citizens. We had the opportunity to host Madame Šuica in Latvia on Friday, and we had a very, very energetic, robust discussion with civil society representatives. And I think one of the views expressed there that I wanted to share here is that we need to find a way to communicate with the citizens of Europe in ways and methods that create engagement and enthusiasm among the citizens. We have a lot of, I think, good examples all over Europe. Many of them use digital platforms, and they do it in a successful way that enables the individual to express their views, to trace what happens to those views as they bubble up through the process. Systems that give robust feedback to individuals about what happened with their interventions, and systems that enable all of us to celebrate successful impact. I would encourage the conference to include these kinds of systems in engaging with citizens under the conference. Our citizens and many of your citizens in 2018 were engaged in citizens' consultations processes. We identified many concerns, and among the most important are those that citizens are concerned about the ability of Europe to deal with future challenges. In Latvia, it was about social issues, income inequality. It was also about security. It was also about climate, migration, and these types of issues. These are the issues that should be on the discussion table for the conference. These citizens' consultations also gave us a picture about what people feel about Europe in our country. And I'm happy to say that there is a very healthy amount of Euro-optimism in Latvia, a very negligible amount of Euroscepticism, but a very disturbing amount of what the researchers called Euro-apathy. And it is the Euro-apathetic that we need to reach in this conference if we are to reinvigorate enthusiasm. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pechet, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear Chair. Although the cooperation with the previous Commission has been good, and I think the communication with the national parliaments much improved, we see this new mandate as a clean slate. As a clean slate, as an opportunity for a step forward and a further improvement of our relations. First chance for this should definitely be the conference on the future of Europe, and we are greatly supporting the view that national parliaments should be very much involved in the process. It must be said, however, that several discussions on the topic of European future have taken place in Slovenia in the past, organized by the President, by the Slovenian Parliament, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as well as the representation of European Commission. I am sure that this was the case also in other member states. And the key challenge, my dear colleagues, of this discussion is how to get involved the citizens and people not engaged in politics professionally. As you are well aware, the Conference on the Future of Europe is not going to be first attempt of such discussion on the EU level either. You will, of course, recall President Juncker's white paper on the future of Europe or President Macron's European Convention. Let us hope that this latest attempt shall lead to see a more coordinating approach and most of all bear fruit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pecek. And now, Madam Omen Ruiten, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank both ladies, vice presidents of an institution, for their comments on the conference Future of Europe. Oh yeah, yes, something happened. That's my first remark. Second remark is, I would like to wish Croatia a very good presidency, and with the first speaker, your Prime Minister, showed already the competence of your country to do their utmost in the coming 6 months. On the citizens, on the dialogue, first of all, I would like to share the comments of some of the speakers before me, and also in the session this morning, Mr. Kriesbaum, who said that we have to be involved as national parliaments. What I saw is that also in the resolution of the European Parliament is rightly involved in the steering committee, but as in a moment where we have, if I listen to my colleagues, perhaps 2,000 people who are present in the plenary of the meetings, then I think that the European Parliament will be the strongest one, as always, and I know the Parliament. And therefore, steering committee is absolutely important also for the national parliaments. That's one. The second is, you did speak about the citizen dialogue and also the dialogue with the civil society. Could you tell us, is there something different from the dialogue which we had before? That would be my second question. And then, I understood from Merit, citizens first. I like that phrase, citizens first, Europe first. But does it also mean that there could come a treaty change? And a treaty change, I'm asking myself, is it needed? Because aren't there enough passerelles to accommodate a better functioning of Europe? That is what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There was Madame Tilley. Do you want to take the floor? Yes, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'aimerais également souligner, comme beaucoup de collègues l'ont fait, l'importance de groupe.
I would also like to say that the people who would like to be represented at the steering board, I think we are all represented somewhere, and we are a bridge between the citizens and the institutions. Also, we are in dialogue with our local councillors, who also should not be forgotten. Also, I have several questions. Mrs. McGuinness, you said that it was more important to maintain the dialogue and take care of the public opinion than talk about the institutions, if I understood correctly. I think we should take care of both. On the one hand side, we should build bridges between the citizens and the European institutions. But how can we do that? And since you are planning to visit various regions, how do you think you can approach the people who are distant from the European Union? Because when we talk about dialogue, It's always easy to have a dialogue with the people who believe in the European Union and not so much with the skeptics. So what kind of a system would you like to put in place so that you can say, okay, now we have the European public opinion, not the opinion of the French, the Dutch, the Finns, and so on. So how do you plan to obtain this result? How do you plan to, in fact, have a final opinion once the conference is wrapped up? So that we are able to say clearly, yes, we are now able to open a discussion on the treaties or not. I think that this approach would be more transparent for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your contributions today. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce any of your family names correctly. So let me just say a few words before I give the floor back to our dear colleagues Dubravka and Merit. So as I said in the very beginning of the morning, yes, of course, for the next COSAC, the plenary COSAC, we will introduce the topic of future of Europe, how to approach your proposal and regarding a potential extra meeting before the next COSAC. In regard to future of Europe, let us discuss within Troika, and we will come back on this issue to all of you. And I think most of us agree on the very, very important issue of involvement of the national parliaments and our members to the conference and the whole debate on future of Europe. My personal view is that the COSAC format is the minimum how we want to participate, but from my own experience in Croatian Parliament, I think it's much better to even enlarge, to bring on board to this discussion those guys who are against European Union. Since 2016, for the first time in Croatian Parliament, we have members who advocate in public exiting Union and NATO, by the way. My humble experience was as soon as you get them on board to speak, to give their arguments, and I love personally to confront the arguments, they somehow, they lose in this real debate with the arguments. So I'm advocating, and I will be advocating, that we try, with all the complexity that this kind of conference and all the national parliaments, and it's a lot of members, of course, bring on board. But apart from COSAC, I think it would be good to have these guys, to hear their thoughts and let the frustration out, not to push them outside, and because then they really have the tools to say they don't want to hear us. No. Come, guys, come and share your thoughts and your arguments. So I stop here, and I give now first the floor to Dubravka, please.
First of all, let me thank you for your interest in the conference on the future of Europe. This, as I see, it was really a huge interest. Let me tell you, there is a coincidence between Croatian presidency, new start of the term of new commission, and my portfolio. So three things which I could never couldn't predict, but they happen. So my portfolio, as I told you in my opening statement, is to take Commission's lead in the conference on the future of Europe. If I was listening carefully to all of you, the key question from all of you was what is the role of national parliaments. As I said, for us, I'm talking on behalf of Commission, not on behalf of the Parliament. So we think that national parliaments, as I said, are very important, necessary, and we cannot start this conference without national parliaments. But maybe this COSAC meeting should have happened a week ago. Mr. Domagoj, since last week we had debate last Wednesday in European Parliament on the resolution on the conference on the future of Europe. Maybe your input would have been more valuable or valid if we had this COSAC meeting before. I don't want to comment much on Parliament's resolution, but I must tell you that I share your opinion that you have to have greater part in the conference. Mr. Lopatka, Herr Lopatka, ich denke, dass das sehr wichtig ist.
Well, Mr. Lopatka, it is very important for participation. National parliament should be recognized more. and should be acknowledged to a greater extent. And yes, we should revisit the issue of the steering committee. And I do hope very much that this issue will be resolved. That's just the beginning, as far as I see things.
We have to see what will joint declaration bring. As I said, what is joint declaration? Maybe memorandum of understanding among three institutions: Council, Commission, and Parliament. They will meet, as I told you, on 30th or 31st of January. And I think this joint declaration will show what is the basis for this. Before this, we cannot say what is going to happen. I understand that Parliament adopted the resolution, but after Commission's contribution on Wednesday, then Parliament and then Council will see how to go on. As I said, it will be open for everyone to come on deck, which means that COSAC is also of course welcome, but not COSAC as a whole, but each parliament, individual parliaments. So if parliaments show their interest, they will be on deck. This is how I see it. Committee of Regions is very important, as I told you. Local and regional authorities are important. Economic and Social Committee is important. Civil society is representative of the citizens. And Domago, you mentioned the Council of Europe. Council of Europe, of course, it is important, but there is maybe a slight risk because of 47 members. So I understand the reason why you are not mentioned explicitly, but little by little, maybe we have to find some solution in order to make Council of Europe part of this conference on the future of Europe. So this process, as I told you, is open, is transparent, wants to be inclusive. And what is the reason for starting this conference at all? We started this conference on the basis of the outcome of the elections in May. We saw that there were more than 50% of turnout in European elections, not in each and every state, but on the average in European Union, there were more than 50%, there was more than 50% of the outcome, which made us think that citizens want to tell us something. They want to, citizens want to have their say, and this is the reason why we started this conference. Of course, a grand débat from Macron is important. It was interesting. 5 scenarios of Jean Juncker were very interesting, but we want to have something which is which will help us at the beginning of this term. It will last for 2 years, and as I said, the outcome is not predicted. When I mentioned treaty change is only mentioned if citizens show during these dialogues that they want to do it. But I think this is also Commission's position. We are more interested in daily issues, in migrations, in climate change, in whatever is of interest of our citizens, more than institutional matters. This is what I said at the beginning. But of course, we have to know what will happen, as you heard from Prime Minister of Croatia an hour ago. We have to know how we face 2024 elections. What is going to be with the process of Spitzenkandidat? We have to know what we are going to face. Transnational lists, we have to debate them, but European Parliament is very important here because they are in charge of changing this legislature. So I was, someone asked about the citizens' dialogue and what would be the difference. You asked what would be the difference in citizens' dialogue. Citizens' dialogue is fine; it will go on, but it should be amplified. And the difference, according to our opinion, is the selection of citizens. It will be inclusive. The selections will not be limited as it used to be until now. So we have to let citizens come in and talk. Of course, it won't be chaos, it won't be anarchy, but we have to let citizens be included. And you asked about the citizens who are not interested in European issues, who are maybe Eurosceptics or who don't live in capitals. This is the reasons why we are not going only to capitals. We will go to peripheria, we will go to remote regions, we will go to islands in order to make everyone feel the closest it can be. So this is the way what we are going to do. This is from Commission side. Of course, there will be a series of different conferences, not only one conference. Citizens started asking me about the conference. It will be one grand conference in the end, but a series of roundtables, different fora, different small conferences, which might or could be branded as the conference on the future of Europe. We will have our logo, and we will start with this. But please let us wait for the joint declaration to see what three institutions have to say. Although someone from you said that it's not good that institutions start this, but we have to start from somewhere. Of course, citizens are always in the heart, citizens are always in the center, and as I told you, I share your opinion that national parliaments should be engaged, not only engaged, but also from the part of European Parliament, there should be a little bit more. They're not only three among 3 or 4 among 153 of MEPs. So, of course, it's much better to engage national parliaments because you are always closer to citizens than, although members of European Parliament are also directly elected and they feel that they represent a whole union of half a billion of inhabitants still. But let us see. So I think in overall I answered the questions, but if you have some special questions, you can ask once again.
Thank you, Dubravka. Merit, please, you have the floor.
Thank you.
This is very good cooperation between national parliaments and the European Parliament, that we give each other our seats.
We need to be practical.
Okay, I'm going to be a bit provocative around relationships between European Parliament and national parliaments, and between national parliaments and citizens. I have watched this evolve. I was a journalist in a past life. I've been involved in the European Parliament for almost 16 years, and sometimes the harshest critics of the European Union are in national parliaments, even in pro-European political parties. And the reason that happens is because you get publicity for criticising and you get none for praise. We need to think about that because there are consequences. And I look to Lord Knoll, for example. If you allow that drip feed of criticism to continue, you will get the results you do not desire. You will have citizens disengaged. So we have to be careful with how we do the business of politics. My second observation, and I think Mr. Lopatka has led on this, and thank you for your contributions, is this sense of the role of national parliaments versus European Parliament and numbers. And those who are familiar with our very recent resolution, it is paragraph 14, and it speaks of the European Parliament with a maximum of 135 members. But if you look carefully at the third indent, it speaks of up to 4 members per member state, and then, of course, a government representative. So 5 by 27 is 135. So if we want numerical equivalence, it is actually quite within the content of this resolution. Dare I say, though, that when it comes to who should be representing the national parliaments, you will have a quarrel internally, not just in the European Affairs Committee, but there will be other committees who feel that they should be represented. And I put a question to us for perhaps further consideration. Is the isolation of European issues on the agenda of a European Union Special Committee of National Parliaments a problem in itself, because it isolates European issues to one committee when in point of fact it should be horizontal and across all committees. Where perhaps there is an observation that I will need to bring back to my colleagues in the Parliament is around the steering committee, and I very much heard there that there is a requirement that national parliaments are there, but we need to think about how that would be done. And I'm not sure I have the answer. Is it through COSAC or whatever? We need to think about that, because that is hugely important. Just to try and summarise, because I took detailed notes and my colleagues from the European Parliament likewise took very detailed notes. If our objective is to try and get an understanding from citizens about what they would like Europe to do, or perhaps do better, we should also see this as an opportunity to give more responsibility to citizens. Perhaps in the past we have said as politicians, Europe can achieve everything. Maybe in this dialogue, which I hope will be a two-way process, we can try and articulate the complexity of politics, of different perspectives, of Europe as a global player, and deepen the understanding. I know that in my work I'm directly elected by citizens in Ireland. I'm not on a list, but I travel everywhere. I go to schools, to where farmers meet, where business people meet, so that we have a way of listening. And people appreciate being listened to. We know that as politicians. And that's why I like to think that this perhaps complicated structure around the Conference on the Future of Europe does not lose its simplicity of thought, which is a place where we listen to each other and then bring forward what might emerge from it. Again, some of you will be concerned perhaps about the European Parliament resolution, but I would say we have done our business, because it was not easy in the European Parliament to get a consensus. But we have a resolution. On Wednesday we will hear directly from the Commission, and the Council also has to take a view on this. I made an observation this morning that perhaps needs to be reflected on, that European leaders are constantly pulled back to the national stage, because that is where they draw their power. But where do we get the time and space for European debates? And I think that maybe those sorts of topics could be addressed in this conference on the future of Europe. My last remark, Chair, and thank you for allowing us overrun, is that I will bring your comments back in great detail to my colleagues, not just on the AFCO committee, but also on the Bureau of the European Parliament, because it matters. And it matters because I do have a concern that, we meet here regularly and we have good relationships, but sometimes that is not reflected in the public utterances of national parliamentarians. Why is that the case? Can we change it? How do we change it? And more importantly, if we don't change it, what are the consequences? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm an optimist. My wife would tell you that I always see the half full, not half empty glass. So I'm pretty sure that the common sense will prevail, and the common sense tells us all that whoever of the member states, the strongest and the most competitive, confronted with the global challenges that we know, what already exists. So we don't need a crystal ball seeing in 50 years, today. Whether it's migrations, whether it's security, whether it's climate change, I don't see any of us better off without the European Union. So I thank you all for contributions today, very much. I'm pretty sure that most of you will see before the next COSAC, which is approximately in 4 months, again here in Zagreb. I would kindly remind you that we have a family photo before the lunch, so the exit just behind you all. We need to exit, we go down, floor down, and we have a family photo, and then the next room, the lunch will be served. So thank you again for all of you to coming to Zagreb, and see you soon. Bye.